have been destroyed. Well, that is exactly what the US Vice President J.D. Vance has said, that Iran does not have the capability to rebuild its nuclear sites. Do you really think that is true, or will it embolden Iran to go ahead and continue its nuclear development?
See, that's a very good question, and that's what Israel was pushing. They were saying that, we can destroy it now, but they can rebuild it. What if they have some other hidden secret areas where they can enrich within years? So they were pushing US to get involved in the war and work towards regime overthrow, which is a very bloody area, because you have to understand, in Iran right now, it's an 85% Shia community. It's not like Iraq, that a minority was ruling majority. It's the other way around. Shia majority is ruling, and there are certain minority classes. And who can, if you take out Ayatollah, who are the alternatives? There is a crown prince who has no popularity in the country. There are some dissent sections which are in France, Italy, and Germany, which have small pockets, and they are in touch with White House, but they are not somebody you can let a country be run. So there is nobody to replace Ayatollah, and we don't want a disruption again happening there and turning into a Syria, which will be a very bad situation. Our goal is not, like Trump really mentioned it rightly, that we are not there to overthrow. We are not there to cause any disruption. He has come to mandate, and you have to understand, he was voted in even by certain Democrats and swing voters to bring the world to peace, to stop Ukraine war, to stop what's happening in Israel and Gaza. And if he starts a third front, it's gonna backfire on his swing voters, not core voters, but swing voters, because of which he won. And to be honest, right now he's running very weak on the immigration front. So he cannot have two areas which are showing negative on him. And to be honest, it's a very good news that world has very narrowly avoided a World War III kind of scenario, or a big regional escalation, because China, mind you, was full-time supporting Iran. It had done shipments weeks ago and even few days ago with replenishing the missile supply. And Russia was a little on the fence, but it was coming out also criticizing US. And then Middle East countries, like we were talking yesterday, had a lot of dissent against Israel and US, and they were connecting it with what is happening in Gaza, and they were openly coming out in support of Iran. When I say they were openly, I'm not talking about the rulers or autocrats. I'm talking about general people. So this is a very good point when he intervened before things could have escalated. And like President said, Iran had to act to face it safe, to face safing. And that's what Ayatollah, we were mentioning yesterday. They have to hit, because there is a lot of pressure. They have to, kick to the community of people living in Iran, because it's not a democratic country. It is run by fear. And if you are seen as a weak ruler, you can be anytime overthrown. So he had to do what he had to do. He threw certain missiles, informed us, no damage was done. So now we are at 0-0. And this is the perfect time to go into the, in the ceasefire. And you have to understand, President Trump had promised Iran that if there is a good negotiation and we get rid of your nuclear issues, we want to uplift Iran. We want to bring it to the mainstream world, and maybe we'll cut down some sanctions. So that didn't happen. He gave them 2 months to work on it. Nothing happened, and that's why strikes followed, because they were almost at 60% enrichment. We were talking into 4 to 6 weeks to 2 weeks, depend who you listen to, before they could have, war-grade nuclear material to make a bomb. So it was a very close call, and Israel had an existential threat. So they had to act, and US, they
absolutely. Mr. Kaul, thank you. I'm so sorry, I'm running out of time right now. That was Mr. Dheeraj Kaul, a geopolitical expert, live from Pennsylvania, USA, on the evolving situation in West Asia. I'm taking a very short break, viewers. Much for coming right up. Do not go anywhere. We are live this morning.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
Ali Khamenei is living in the very center of Tehran, in the Supreme Leader headquarters. But of course, he left this building, this complex actually, on Friday, June 13, just when the Israeli strike began. We have a few possibilities. We know that he has also a very fortified bunker in the north of the capital of Tehran, in the Lavizan area, which is a residential part of Tehran with a lot of wood and so on. And there is a very important military garrison and a bunker for Ali Khamenei. It could be there, but it could be also in the city where his family is living, Mashhad, in the northeast of Iran, approximately 900 kilometers east of Tehran. And of course, actually, it could be anywhere. We don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that he fears for his life and is hiding. Actually, everything is in the hands of the Iranian leaders. They decide their future actually now. If they decide to strike back and to attack the military, the American army somewhere in the Middle East, or maybe somewhere else in the world, or a US embassy and so on, of course the US will come back with other planes, other bombs, and will finish the job. That's very clear. So they have one option to strike back. They have another option to continue to strike Israel, as they did actually this morning, and organize something more discreet to strike the US. For instance, using international terrorism, as they did for the last 46 years. In this case, they could say, of course, this is not us. This is a group. We don't know them. We don't know why they attacked you. But everyone, of course, will know that it comes from Tehran, from the Iranian leaders. So I think that their options are very, very limited. And actually, my personal perception is that they will openly strike back to the US, because for them it's a question of survival. They have to show to their own nation, to their own people, that they are still strong, even if actually they are not.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur, and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The fact is that Donald Trump said within 2 weeks he will take action. He could have taken action the very next hour. He said within 2 weeks. He did not say he's going to wait 2 weeks. He said within 2 weeks. And he's a man who he lives up to his word. And I can tell you that this is evolving exactly in the way that geopolitical analysis would lead it to evolve. With China basically joining hands with Iran, I think the Israelis will get a shock, because they have been trying to cultivate the Chinese now for decades. And now I think they'll be given a rude reality check on that. And the US is inevitable it comes in, because it is not going to allow a nuclearized Iran. There's no question about that. It's not going to allow it. And so what we are witnessing is the beginning of of something that could be international ramifications. You already got China into it. I hope, for Russia's sake, that Putin is not going lockstep with China, but he declines from giving massive assistance to Iran, because that is going to help the US diplomacy under Donald Trump. But all in all, I know what side India is on. India is on the side of the democracies. Prime Minister Modi is on the side of the democracies. He understands geopolitics very well.
Viewers, top headlines. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says that 12 days of war has ended. After Iran's missile strike on US bases in Qatar and Iraq, Khomeini says Iran will not submit to anyone's harassment. Qatar has condemned Iran for attacking the US Al Udeid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. In light of the unfolding regional situation, the Indian Embassy in Qatar has issued an advisory urging members of the Indian community in the country to exercise caution and remain indoors. Qatar, Iraq and UAE have shut down airspace temporarily as part of the measures taken as the conflict between Iran and Israel continues to escalate. Israel issues warning for Tehran. Residents say will continue attack in the coming days. Vela, this morning, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. So the big story is that after Trump's ceasefire announcement, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has now categorically denied any ceasefire. In a post on X, he says, and I quote here, as Iran has repeatedly made clear, Israel launched a war on Iran, not the other way around. As of now, there is no agreement on a ceasefire or a succession of military operation. However, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention to continue a response afterwards. Now, the final decision on a succession of a military operation will be made later. So this is what we see right now, viewers. These are some back-to-back updates coming in right now, Republic TV. This is coming just after we saw that US President Trump had announced on Monday evening a ceasefire between Israel and Iran and said he hopes it will be permanent. From what we understand from that announcement of Trump, Qatar helped broker the ceasefire by mediating talks with Iran. Israel agreed to the ceasefire. Well, that is what Donald Trump is saying. But at the same time, there is a response coming in from the Iranian Foreign Minister, which I have just read out for you, saying that the military operation of a powerful armed forces to punish Israel for its aggression continued until the very last minute at 4 a.m. Well, that is what the Iranian Foreign Minister has said on the social media platform X. Earlier, the Iranian Foreign Minister had said Iran would halt its military response if Israel stopped its strikes on Iran by 4 a.m. local time in Tehran, which is 30 minutes ahead of Israel. This latest post came just after 4 a.m. in Israel. Back to what is coming in right now, Republic TV, and we see Iranian Foreign Minister also say that together with all Iranians, I thank our brave armed forces who remain ready to defend our dear country until the last drop of blood and who responded to any attack by the enemy until the very last minute. All right, big update coming in right now, Republic TV viewers. So the situation is moving quite fast when it comes to what is happening in West Asia. The latest update coming in right now is that Trump has announced a ceasefire. But at the same time, we're seeing that Iran is at the same time saying that the conflict is continuing till the very last minute. But Trump has announced Israel-Iran ceasefire. Donald Trump appeared to suggest that Israel and Iran would have some time to complete any missions that are underway, at which point the ceasefire would begin in a staged process. US President Trump had announced a complete ceasefire between Israel and Iran, potentially ending the 12-day war that saw millions leave Tehran and prompted fears of further escalation in that region. And remember, we saw a lot of attacks over the weekend. Israel, joined by the US on the weekend, had carried out attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities after alleging Tehran was getting close to obtaining a nuclear weapon. All right, let's Let's move ahead right now, viewers, and we'll talk a little bit more about this because the recent US-Israeli strikes on Iranian nuclear sites have sent shockwaves throughout the region, plunging West Asia into a state of heightened tension. The daring midnight operation, which targeted key facilities in Fordow, Natanz and Isfahan, have sparked a fierce response from Iran, with the country's army of chief of staff Mossavi issuing a stern warning, will take action against the American mistake and will continue to punish Netanyahu until he's brought to desperation. Here's a report, take a look.
A day after United States' daring midnight Operation Hammer that obliterated nuclear sites of Fordow, Natanz and Isfahan.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
Iranian Army Chief of Staff Mossavi has issued an unmissable warning. Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt stated, and I quote, "America is much safer place today because of President Trump's bold actions to obliterate the rogue radical Iranian regime's nuclear capabilities." Listen in.
We just took out their nuclear program on Saturday night, as you all know. But if they refuse to engage in diplomacy moving forward, why shouldn't the Iranian people rise up against this brutal terrorist regime? That's a question the president raised. He has made his message to Iran quite clear.
West Asia continues to be on the edge with no signs of abatement in sight.
ממשיכים להעמיק את הפגיעה בכל רכיבי תוכנית הגרעין לרבות אורניום. פגענו באורניום מאושר, פגענו במעבדות לייצור אורניום וגם רכיבים אחרים, צנטריפוגות, מעבדות, כורים ועוד ועוד רכיבים. יש לנו מודיעין שידענו לפני כן, מודיעין מדויק, כפי שראינו בשבוע החולף, מתחילת המבצע.
In yet another major escalation, Israeli Air Force fighter jets carried out precision strikes in Tehran, targeting key command centers of Iran's internal security forces and the IRGC. Guided by the intelligence from the IDF, the strikes hit the Basij headquarters, the Elbows Corps, and other critical security assets believed to uphold the Iranian regime's internal control and military strength. The move is seen as a direct blow to Iran's domestic enforcement and military apparatus. Not just this, the IDF also confirmed striking access roads to Iran's underground Fordow nuclear facility earlier yesterday. Meanwhile, 2 days after Pakistan's Field Marshal nominated United States President for Nobel Peace Prize, the country has been forced to take a sharp U-turn. Pakistan has officially condemned the strikes on Iran, one of Pak's ally nation. As tensions continue to boil, IDF has issued a warning to Iranians and has urged them to evacuate Tehran. This as Israel hits Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters in Araghchi. On the other side of the war, Iran's air defense system successfully downed an Israeli Hermes drone before it could carry out an offensive operation in central Iran. The escalating conflict between Israel and Iran, fueled by the United States' involvement, has brought the region to the brink of a wider war. With both sides trading missile attacks and the United States targeting Iranian nuclear facilities, the situation has become increasingly volatile.
And viewers, Iran launched at least 10 missiles towards US bases in Qatar and Iraq, marking a major escalation in the ongoing conflict. The missile strike comes shortly after Qatar temporarily closed its airspace, citing heightened threats of retaliation from Tehran over the recent US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Watch this report, viewers, for more.
Iran launched 10 ballistic missiles towards US military bases in Qatar and Iraq on Monday night. The attack was in direct retaliation for US airstrikes that hit Iran's nuclear facilities over the weekend. Shortly after Qatar closed its airspace, loud explosions echoed across Doha with multiple fireballs lighting up the night sky. Qatar's Ministry of Defense confirmed that air defense systems successfully intercepted the incoming missiles aimed at the Al Udeid base. Meanwhile, Bahrain has shut its airspace and issued public alerts urging citizens to stay calm and move to the nearest shelter. Iraq and Kuwait followed suit, temporarily suspending the air traffic in the wake of the missile attacks. Western embassies in Doha, including the US mission, advised residents to shelter in place until further notice. The Indian embassy in Qatar also released an urgent advisory asking citizens to remain indoors and monitor official updates. The strikes on US military assets mark a serious inflection point in the growing standoff between Tehran and Washington, fueling fears of a wider regional war. The missile launches came just hours after Iranian Foreign Minister met Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow, signaling Tehran's bid to rally support from key allies as it confronts both Israel and the United States.
In an act of retaliation to the US airstrikes on its nuke sites after closing the strategic Strait of Hormuz to choke the global supply of crude, Iran fired a volley of cruise missile at Qatar targeting American military bases in the Arab region. A post attributed to Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on his handle said Iran was careful not to harm civilians, adding that the strikes were aimed at sending out a message that it would not submit to anyone's harassment. Meanwhile, Israel responded to the Iranian strike on US military bases, saying it bore proof of its standing as a terrorist state. Here's more, viewers. Take a look.
In his first public response after the US stealth bombers struck Iranian nuke sites, the Foreign Minister of the Islamic Republic, Abbas Araghchi, vowed to defend his homeland and people.
The United States' brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
And true to his word, Iran launched a volley of cruise missiles at Qatar and in Iraq on Monday late evening, targeting American military bases. In dramatic visuals, the Iranian missile barrage lit up the night sky over the Al Udeid military base of the US in Doha. Deafening explosions were heard in Doha as the Iranian projectiles were intercepted and shot down by the Qatari air defense. Sending out a post from his X handle, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said his forces were careful not to harm civilians in the Arab nations, adding that the strikes carried a message that his regime would not submit to anyone's harassment. The Iranian armed forces put out a release stating that the strikes were carried out under the guidance of the Supreme National Security Council and the leadership of the central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, with the sacred court Ya Aba Abdullah al-Hussein. The kingdom meanwhile reacted in anger, calling the Iranian airstrikes as a flagrant contravention of international laws. Responding to Iran's retaliation to US airstrikes, Israel said they were proof of the former standing, quote-unquote, as a terrorist state. The US meanwhile advised its citizens and consular staff to stay hunkered down in shelters and heed military advice. However, no American life was harmed in the Iranian airstrikes as the US troops scrambled to take cover amid the blaring sirens. A report said US President Donald Trump went into a huddle with the stop-minders in the Situation Room, taking real-time briefings on the Iranian strikes. Meanwhile, the Indian embassy in Qatar put out a statement advising all citizens to remain indoors. Air India diverted a Doha-bound flight to Kannur after the country closed its airspace in anticipation of the Iranian strikes. With Iran exacting a measure of revenge for the US strikes on its nuclear facilities, the world now awaits Trump's response.
We eat music, we breathe music. Music is our life. And music has also taught that my audience comes from diverse background, different religion, different. I feel I belong to every religion of the world. I feel I belong to every religion of India. So my life is music. So I'm very grateful to God Almighty.
That's amazing.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national memory. Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky, the Twin Towers collapsing to the ground, black smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, the wreckage of Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the actions of heroic citizens saved even more heartbreak and destruction. And yet we know that the worst images are those that were unseen to the world. The empty seat at the dinner table, children who were forced to grow up without their mother or their father, parents who would never know the feeling of their
Viewers, welcome back. We're live this morning and we continue getting you top updates coming in when it comes to the West Asia conflict. After Israeli PM Netanyahu hailed the US strikes on Iranian nuclear sites as a turning point for global security, the armed forces in the Jewish homeland said they were still assessing and gathering ground intelligence on the impact of the stealth bomber hits. A spokesperson for the Israeli military said the forces were in the process of inflicting further damage to the Iranian nuclear program, including its enrichment capability. Watch this report for more.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had hailed the US airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities as one that could potentially alter the course of history in West Asia. Labeling US President Donald Trump as the greatest friend Israel has ever had, Netanyahu said the strikes on Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan sites could potentially prove to be the turning point for global security. However, the Israeli forces said they were still assessing the depth and impact of the US stealth bomber strikes on Iran's uranium enrichment facilities.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Ali Khamenei is living in the very center of Tehran, in the Supreme Leader headquarters. But of course, he left this building, this complex actually, on Friday, June 13, just when the Israeli strike began. We have a few possibilities. We know that he has also a very fortified bunker in the north of the capital of Tehran, in the Lavizan area, which is a residential part of Tehran with a lot of wood and so on. And there is a very important military garrison and a bunker for Ali Khamenei. He could be there, but he could be also in the city where his family is living, Mashhad, in the northeast of Iran, approximately 900 kilometers east of Tehran. And of course, actually, he could be anywhere. We don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that he fears for his life and is hiding. Actually, everything is in the hands of the Iranian leaders. They decide their future actually now. If they decide to strike back and to attack the military, the American army somewhere in the Middle East, or maybe somewhere else in the world, or a US embassy and so on, of course the US will come back with other planes, other bombs, and will finish the job. That's.
I have have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The fact is that Donald Trump said within 2 weeks he will take action. He could have taken action the very next hour. He said within 2 weeks. He did not say he's going to wait 2 weeks. He said within 2 weeks. And he's a man who he lives up to his word. And I can tell you that this is evolving exactly in the way that geopolitical analysis would lead it to evolve. With China basically joining hands with Iran, I think the Israelis will get a shock because they have been trying to cultivate the Chinese now for decades. And now I think they'll be given a rude reality check on that. And the US is inevitable it comes in because it is not going to allow a nuclearized Iran. There's no question about that. It's not going to allow it. And so what we are witnessing is the beginning of of something that could be international ramifications. You already got China into it. I hope for Russia's sake that Putin is not going lockstep with China, but he declines from giving massive assistance to Iran because that is going to help the US diplomacy under Donald Trump. But all in all, I know what side India is on. India is on the side of the democracies. Prime Minister Modi is on the side of the democracies. He understands geopolitics very well. And Trump also understands geopolitics very well. I know Putin also understands geopolitics very well. And it's in Russia's interest to ensure that it does not join with China in a full-scale attempt, a futile attempt, if I may say so, to try and assist Iran. So I'd like to say what
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national memory. Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky, the Twin Towers collapsing to the ground, black smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, the wreckage of Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the actions of heroic citizens saved even more heartbreak and destruction. And yet we know that the worst images are...
My father, he was an old-timer. He was very old when I was born. Ravi Shankar ji's guru and my father, they were contemporaries. So they were the heroes of 30s and 40s. My father believed that you can only do one thing in your lifetime. He was not in favor that I should go to school.
Okay.
कहते या सुर को समझ लो या किताब को समझ लो, ये दोनों काम एक साथ नहीं हो सकते. The meaning of education in our family was music only.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. US President Donald Trump has said that there is a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran so far. However, no confirmation has come in from either side. That is the big story that we are tracking this morning. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says the 12-day war has ended. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Iran's missile attacks on US bases in Qatar and Iraq, Khamenei says Iran will not submit to anyone's harassment. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says the Iranian missiles fired as Israel shot a while ago. Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the US Odeid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Israel, where sirens have been sounding due to a missile launch from Iran. Air raid sirens have activated in northern Israel. Missile alert has also been issued for southern Israel. The Israeli Air Force, in a post on social media X, said, and I quote, a short time ago, alerts were activated in several areas across the country following the detection of missiles launched from Iran towards the Israeli territory. It went on to say, at this time, the Air Force is operating to intercept and strike wherever necessary to eliminate the threat. So despite claims of a ceasefire between the two nations, what we are seeing is hostilities still continuing, and Israel has been sounding alarms due to missile launch from Iran. Not only northern but southern Israel there have been sirens that have been sounding, and the Israeli Air Force has also confirmed this, and it said on a social media post that alerts have been activated in several areas across the country, and this after the detection of missiles launched from Iran. And we have, viewers, more breaking news coming in. After announcing ceasefire, US President Donald Trump makes big claims. In a social media post, Donald Trump says Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said, peace. I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace and prosperity in their futures. They have so much to gain and yet so much to lose if they stay away from the road of righteousness and truth. The future for Israel and Iran is unlimited and filled with great promise. God bless you both, Donald Trump said. And this is a social media post as Donald Trump claims that there is a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran. So big claims there by US President Donald Trump. Let's get all the updates. Deepak, my colleague, is now joining us live from the newsroom. Deepak, what updates do you have? Donald Trump has claimed that the two nations have agreed to a ceasefire, and he has now posted on social media as well. And these are big claims really by US President. What more details can you give us?
Claims coming in from the US. You know, we have US Vice President also coming out and saying it's a historic moment. It's a testament to the leadership of US President Donald Trump. But on ground, what we understand is that the IDF continues to sound sirens, claiming that Iran is now violating, the terms of the ceasefire. But now an official statement from Israel War Room has indeed come in, and the Israeli War Room has said that the Iranian regime continues to violate the ceasefire by firing ballistic missiles at Israeli civilians. So one thing is confirmed, that there was a ceasefire that was agreed upon, but what we understand right now is that IDF has also claimed that there are still incoming missiles from Iran and sirens are being sounded. In fact, Israeli army has said that Iranian missiles have been fired at Israel short while ago. So we'll have to wait and watch what the terms of the ceasefire are. But what we know is that Al Khamenei has also said that Iran is not a nation that surrenders. So what does this mean? This is a cryptic tweet and cryptic post put out by the supreme leader of Iran. Whether Iran has really agreed to it or not, that is the big question, because Iranian foreign minister had also just a few minutes before Donald Trump announced that there was a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, said that there was no ceasefire agreement. So there's a lot of ambiguity over the ceasefire claims by Donald Trump. We'll have to wait and watch what really transpires in the Middle East, because Iranian foreign minister in his same social media post had also said that Iran responded to Israeli threats till the last minute at 4 a.m. So Iranian foreign minister has also said that till 4 a.m. that Iran has responded to Israeli missiles. But now IDF claims that despite the ceasefire, Iran continues to violate it, and missiles are still incoming from Tehran, and the IDF has sounded sirens. So we still have to wait and watch for the conditions, the terms and conditions of the ceasefire.
Right. Deepak, this is very, the situation is very, very surprising, considering the fact that the two nations are, talking about a ceasefire. The US is the one which is, helping in making this ceasefire. And there are reports that Qatar also helped broker the ceasefire. But the warring sides, they've been giving, a very ambiguous statement, as you mentioned. So this is a very, very bizarre situation, to say the least.
That's right, Aishwarya. Now, over the last 48 hours, a lot has happened. It all started with US launching its precise bombers and its B-2 bombers and also its bunker busters on three key nuclear sites across Iran. And then came Israel's firing, where it took out all the missile launchers and missile manufacturing depots as well. It bombarded 6 air bases and airports across Iran. And just when Iran was about to retaliate, and it had already fired its first set of ballistic missiles towards the Al Udeid air base in Qatar, and Saudi Arabia had also condemned it, Qatar had condemned it, and after that Donald Trump came out and announced a ceasefire. So all of this was happening, in the midst of Iranian retaliation, but we'll have to still wait for at least a couple of hours till an official confirmation comes in from both Israel and Iran. All we know right now is that it's just Donald Trump and the White House claiming that there is indeed a ceasefire, when IDF continues to report that there are still missiles that are incoming from Tehran.
All right, Deepak, thank you so much for those details and giving us perspective on that story. Thank you so much. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has hailed Donald Trump's ceasefire initiative. In a post on social media, Gabbard said, and I quote her now, "Only President Donald Trump could have achieved this historic ceasefire agreement that brings us closer to peace. It was a Herculean effort that deserves the thanks of all the people of Israel, Iran, Middle East, America, and the entire world. Congratulations and thank you." So Tulsi Gabbard there hailing Donald Trump for the efforts that he has made to make sure that there is a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Remember, these developments are coming in even as hostilities so far have been continuing between the two sides, and there have been sirens that have been heard in Israel, in southern and northern Israel, in both parts as well. And there have been no confirmation really that has come in from either of the warring sides. But at this moment, congratulatory messages are pouring in from the US administration. The Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has now hailed Donald Trump's ceasefire initiative. Remember, it was Tulsi Gabbard about whom Donald Trump had said that she did not know much about Iran's nuclear arsenal, and she was wrong on many fronts. However, Tulsi Gabbard has now come out and she has hailed Donald Trump's ceasefire initiative. She has posted on social media. And Monday evening saw the arrival of a flight that was not just another international journey, it was a lifeline. The passengers on board were not merely returning home, they were escaping chaos and also finding refuge after enduring unimaginable fear. Now, this marked yet another chapter in India's ongoing Operation Sindhu, a heroic mission that has brought thousands of citizens back from the conflict zones, from Iran to Israel. The stories of relief, gratitude and reunions reflect the resilience of those affected, the meticulous coordination between the evacuation and the silent but powerful vow of India that you will not be forgotten. Here is a report.
A flight touched down at New Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport on Monday evening, but this was no ordinary arrival. Relief, gratitude, and eyes brimming with tears. Such was the scene at the Delhi International Airport. On board were 290 Indian nationals and 1 Sri Lankan, evacuated from the conflict-hit city of Mashhad in Iran. Each passenger carried not just luggage, but stories of fear, uncertainty, and a deep, deep sense of relief. Among those who arrived was Fatima Iman, a Sri Lankan national studying in Iran.
I feel really good and I'm really grateful for everything. The experience was really good. I contacted the Sri Lankan embassy for help, like when the Indian students were getting evacuated from my university. So I reached out to my embassy and asking them to contact the Indian embassy and to help me out in the evacuation process. The condition is really getting worse with each new day. It's really getting crazy nowadays.
For many like Fatima, this was a lifeline. Other Indian students and workers echoed similar sentiments, overwhelmed by the smooth coordination and quick response by the Indian authorities.
गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से बहुत ज़्यादा बहुत अच्छे से मतलब बहुत सेफ्टी के साथ हम लोग इवैक्यूएटेड हुए। सबसे पहले हम यज़्द में स्टे किया और वहाँ पर अकोमोडेशन बहुत अच्छा था, हमें होटल में रखा गया, फिर फूड भी था वहाँ पर, सब कुछ अच्छे से था, सेफ भी था वो रीजन। उसके बाद फिर हमें मशहद में शिफ्ट किया गया 2 दिन के लिए, फिर वहाँ से हमें डायरेक्टली शिराज लाया गया बाय फ्लाइट।
On Saturday, another special flight from Mashhad landed in Delhi, bringing back 285 more internationals hailing from states including Bihar, Jammu and Kashmir, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Gujarat and Maharashtra. The evacuation was part of India's ongoing Operation Sindhu, a mission of mercy executed with precision and compassion. With this latest flight, 2,003 Indian citizens have been brought home safely from Iran since tensions erupted across West Asia. The Ministry of External Affairs confirmed that this is just part of a broader effort to bring every Indian back home safely. In addition to evacuations from Iran, India also pulled out 160 of its nationals from Israel and Jordan on Sunday, many of whom were forced to take shelter in bunkers as air raid sirens wailed and missiles lit up the skies. The sound of home has never been more comforting. Operation Sindhu is not just an evacuation. It is India's silent vow to its citizens. You will not be forgotten.
On to some other news now. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval called on Chinese Foreign Minister and who's also a member of the Politburo of the ruling Chinese Communist Party, Wang Yi, in Beijing on Monday. NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council. Here is a 1-minute report. Take a look.
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing on Monday. NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. During the meeting, the two leaders discussed the progress in the restoration of bilateral ties between India and China. The two leaders underscored the need to promote overall development of the India-China bilateral relations, including by fostering greater people-to-people ties. Doval also emphasized the need to counter terrorism in all its forms and manifestations to maintain overall peace and stability in the region. The two leaders also exchanged views on the ongoing global conflicts during the meeting.
And viewers, breaking news coming in after Donald Trump's ceasefire announcement. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has categorically denied any ceasefire. In a post on X, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said, and I quote him now, as Iran has repeatedly made clear, Israel launched war on Iran and not the other way around. As of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations, he said, and I unquote him now. However, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intentions to continue our response afterwards. The final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later. So, Iranian Foreign Minister, they're saying that no deal, no ceasefire deal really has been agreed upon. However, there seems to be some mellowing in his tone, because he said that despite no agreement or any ceasefire or cessation of military operation, but if the Israeli regime stops its aggression against Iranian people, and he has given a time also, no later than 4 a.m. Then we have no intention to continue our response afterwards. So what we are witnessing is a sort of mellowing of tone, while he's saying that there is no agreement that has been decided upon. But Iran there showing some intentions of stopping the military operations, provided Israel stops the aggression. And the recent US-Israeli strikes on Iranian nuclear sites have sent shockwaves throughout the region, plunging West Asia into a state of heightened tension. The daring midnight operation, where they targeted the key facilities in Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan, has sparked a fierce response from Iran, with the country's army chief of staff issuing a stern warning that we will take action against the American mistake and will continue to punish Netanyahu until he is brought to desperation. Take a look at this report.
A day after United States' daring midnight operation hammer that obliterated nuclear sites of Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
Iranian Army Chief of Staff Mousavi has issued an unmissable warning. Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt stated, and I quote, "America is much safer place today because of President Trump's bold actions to obliterate the rogue radical Iranian regime's nuclear capabilities." Listen in.
We just took out their nuclear program on Saturday night, as you all know. But if they refuse to engage in diplomacy moving forward, why shouldn't the Iranian people rise up against this brutal terrorist regime? That's a question the president raised. He has made his message to Iran quite clear.
West Asia continues to be on the edge, with no signs of abatement in sight.
ממשיכים להעמיק את הפגיעה בכל רכיבי תוכנית הגרעין, לרבות אורניום. פגענו באורניום מאושר, פגענו במעבדות לייצור אורניום, וגם רכיבים אחרים, צנטריפוגות, מעבדות, כורים ועוד ועוד רכיבים. יש לנו מודיעין שידענו לפני כן, מודיעין מדויק, כפי שראינו בשבוע החולף, מתחילת המבצע.
In yet another major escalation, Israeli Air Force fighter jets carried out precision strikes in Tehran, targeting key command centers of Iran's internal security forces and the IRGC. Guided by the intelligence from the IDF, the strikes hit the Basij headquarters, the Elbows Corps, and other critical security assets believed to uphold the Iranian regime's internal control and military strength. The move is seen as a direct blow to Iran's domestic enforcement and military apparatus. Not just this, the IDF also confirmed striking access roads to Iran's underground Fordo nuclear facility earlier yesterday. Meanwhile, 2 days after Pakistan's Field Marshal nominated United States President for Nobel Peace Prize, the country has been forced to take a sharp U-turn. Pakistan has officially condemned the strikes on Iran, one of Pak's ally nation. As tensions continue to boil, IDF has issued a warning to Iranians and has urged them to evacuate Tehran. This as Israel hits Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters in Araghchi. On the other side of the war, Iran's air defense system successfully downed an Israeli Hermes drone before it could carry out an offensive operation in central Iran. The escalating conflict between Israel and Iran, fueled by the United States' involvement, has brought the region to the brink of a wider war. With both sides trading missile attacks and the United States targeting Iranian nuclear facilities, the situation has become increasingly volatile.
Time to take a break, but we'll keep tracking those big stories. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces a truce between Israel and Iran, says the 12-day war has ended.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Ali Khamenei is living in the very center of Tehran, in the supreme leader headquarters. But of course, he left this building, this complex actually, on Friday, June 13, just when the Israeli strike began. We have a few possibilities. We know that he has also a very fortified bunker in the north of the capital of Tehran, in the Lavizan area, which is a residential part of Tehran with a lot of wood and so on. And there is a very important military garrison and a bunker for Ali Khamenei. He could be there, but he could be also in the city where his family is living, Mashhad, in the northeast of Iran, approximately 900 kilometers east of Tehran. And of course, actually, he could be anywhere. We don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that he fears for his life and is hiding. Actually, everything is in the hands of the Iranian leaders. They decide their future actually now. If they decide to strike back and to attack the military, the American army somewhere in the Middle East, or maybe somewhere else in the world, or a US embassy and so on, of course the US will come back with other planes, other bombs, and will finish the job. That's very clear. So they have one option to strike back. They have another option to continue to strike Israel, as they did actually this morning, and organize something more discreet to strike the US. For instance, using international terrorism, as they did for the last 46 years. In this case, they could say, of course, this is not us. This is a group. We don't know them. We don't know why they attacked you. But everyone, of course, will know.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The fact is that Donald Trump said within 2 weeks he will take action. He could have taken action the very next hour. He said within 2 weeks. He did not say he's going to wait 2 weeks. He said within 2 weeks. And he's a man who he lives up to his word. And I can tell you that this is evolving exactly in the way that geopolitical analysis would lead it to evolve. With China basically joining hands with Iran, I think the Israelis will get a shock because they have been trying to cultivate the Chinese now for decades. And now I think they'll be given a rude reality check on that. And the US is inevitable it comes in because it is not going to allow a nuclearized Iran. There's no question about that. It's not going to allow it. And so what we are witnessing is the beginning of of something that could be international ramifications. You already got China into it. I hope for Russia's sake that Putin is not going lockstep with China, but he declines from giving massive assistance to Iran, because that is going to help the US diplomacy under Donald Trump. But all in all, I know what side India is on. India is on the side of the democracies. Prime Minister Modi is on the side of the democracies. He understands geopolitics very well. And Trump also understands geopolitics very well. I know Putin also understands geopolitics very well. And it's in Russia's interest to ensure that it does not join with China in a full-scale attempt, a futile attempt, if I may say so, to try and assist Iran. So I'd like to say what we are seeing now is a very significant development that has been really brewing for so many years, since Cold War 2.0 between the US and China in particular. Other democracies also came. And now it is bursting into a kinetic phase. And I'm not surprised by that. I don't think anybody who has studied that analysis or read those analyses will be surprised. I'm only saying that Russia is an imponderable, there's no doubt about it. And China, I think Israelis have got a reality check on China. And I think
Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims announces truce between Israel and Iran, says the 12-day war has ended. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Iran's missile attacks on US bases in Qatar and Iraq, Khamenei says Iran will not submit to anyone's harassment. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says Iranian missiles fired at Israel short while ago. Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the US Al Udeid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. And after 7 days, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Big breaking news coming in from Israel, where sirens have been sounded due to a missile launch from Iran. Air raid systems have been activated in northern Israel, and missile alert has also been issued for southern Israel. The Israel Air Force, in a post on X, has said that a short time ago, alerts were activated in several areas across the country following the detection of missiles launched from Iran towards Israeli territory. And at this time, the Air Force is operating to intercept and strike wherever necessary to eliminate the threat. So sirens have been sounded across Israel. Remember, this alert comes even as Iran's foreign minister hinted that hostilities may have ended, and Iran would halt its military response if Israel also stopped its strikes on Iran by 4 a.m. local time.
רגע, אתה פה התיק שלי שם?
And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. After announcing ceasefire, US President Donald Trump has made big claims. In a social media post, Donald Trump says, and I quote him now, Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said, peace. I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace and prosperity in their futures. They have so much to gain and yet so much to lose if they stay away from the road of righteousness and truth. The future for Israel and Iran is unlimited and filled with great promise. God bless you both, he said in a social media post. So Donald Trump really claiming victory there and saying that the two sides have agreed to a ceasefire. However, no confirmation really has come in from either sides. He said that the two sides came to me and said peace. So Donald Trump was saying that the two warring sides came to him and asked for brokering a ceasefire. However, neither of the warring sides, Israel and Iran, have confirmed such developments so far. There's been no official statement on cessation of hostilities from either side. So Donald Trump announcing a complete and a total Israel-Iran ceasefire, yet neither sides it has officially confirmed. He has posted this on social media. However, what we do know, sirens have been sounded across Israel, and the Israeli Defense Forces are saying that they have identified missiles that have been launched towards their country from Iran, and that their defense systems are activated at the moment. So the Israeli Defense Forces saying that sirens have been sounded across several areas in Israel following the identification of missiles launched from Iran towards the state of Israel. But Donald Trump there claiming victory and saying that the ceasefire has been agreed upon by the two warring sides. And he said that the two sides came to me and said they wanted peace. So the last 48 hours really have reshaped the Middle East and possibly the world. So let's break it down. Let's see how the high stakes, the drama between Israel, Iran and the United States unfolded minute by minute, strike by strike. So it really began with the firepower on 22nd of June. The United States launched precision strikes on key Iranian nuclear sites, targeting the three nuclear sites we know, Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. And hours later, Israel expanded the offensive, hitting missile launchers and depots deep inside the Iranian territory. So Israel intensified the strikes inside Tehran. Israeli warplanes pounded 6 major air bases across Iran, crippling parts of Tehran's military infrastructure. But Iran did not stay silent. On 23rd of June, it fired multiple missiles at the United States. Now, Al Ubaid air base in Qatar was hit, and that escalated the confrontation to new heights. However, in this, no casualties were reported. And Israel also responded swiftly, intensifying airstrikes in the heart of Tehran and signaling no pause and no hesitation. And Iran's foreign ministry sent a sharp message that there is no ceasefire yet. But late that evening, a stunning announcement came. President Donald Trump decided that a complete and a total ceasefire between Israel and Iran has been brokered by the United States and the Qatari officials. And Trump's announcement was this. However, the immediate resistance was seen, and Iran publicly disputed the ceasefire claim, saying that no formal agreement has been reached. And today, the region held its breath. Iran sent a firm deadline, that is the 4 a.m. deadline. And remember, it's about 6:40 a.m. In Tehran at this moment, and the talk was about the 4 a.m. deadline. Now, if Israel stopped its aggression by then, Iran promised to stand down. As the deadline has already passed, now the skies fell silent for the first time in nearly 2 weeks. The fighting is halted. But sirens really have been going on in Israel right now. And global markets have stabilized pricing in fragile hope that a ceasefire might hold. But formal confirmations from both sides are still missing. So markets have stabilized on hopes that, after all, there is a ceasefire that has happened, as the US president has also confirmed. But neither of the warring sides really have issued any statements as far as finalization of a ceasefire agreement is concerned. The Iranian foreign minister did hint at a 4 a.m. deadline, which has already passed, obviously. But so far, no official statement about a ceasefire agreement has come in from both the sides. All right. All right. Major General K.K. Sinha is now joining us live for more on that story. Sir, very good morning and thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Major General,
good morning to you, Jahan.
Yeah, right. Major General, the past 48 hours really have been really bizarre. They're really reshaping what is happening in Middle East and possibly the world as well. But how do you look at the developments right now? Because Donald Trump has been tweeting and he has been confirming that a ceasefire has been agreed upon. However, no official statement really has come in from Israel and Iran, the warring sides. How do you look at these developments?
The situations on ground, if you see and then analyze the whole thing, situation is ground that, that Iran has retaliated by targeting, one of the base of America and Qatar, that. And it is exactly the same number of, ordnance which was fired by Americans, including the B-2 bombers and they fired Tomahawk missile. Numbers are same. They have told the Qatar in advance and then they have strike. It was more or less a demonstration that, giving a space that we have also done it something. And this has happened after their foreign minister visited the, in Soviet Union. And probably the Putin has given an exit, the line that you also show that you have hit if the Americans have hit you. And I believe there must be some backdoor channel, communication which is on, especially with the Witkoff over there. They're talking about something, which is happening with the help of Oman. So it is a more or less an exit policy. As far as the Americans is concerned, they have done that. They have gone over there and their aim has been achieved. Whether they have carried out in Fordo and the two other things, Nataj and the Swan. They say that, they have completed their mission successfully and they have achieved their aim. As far Israel was concerned, they were initially, was giving that they are more or less achieved the aim. See, when you say that you have achieved more or less the aim, there are two aims were there. One aim, through which they also contributed a lot, especially in the Swan and Nataj area. In Fordo, they have used the Americans to do the dirty job. After the second thing, that they wanted to degrade their missile capability to that extent that the ambition of Iran to go about 30,000 odd missiles, this was their target. As on today, they had only 3,000 they wanted. So they wanted to destroy. They have done the destruction. They have not clearly said if they have achieved the second part of their aim, which they were saying that partially they have achieved to a fair degree. In my assessment, they have achieved to a great degree of, their military aim on which they have gone to Iran. If the Iran has understood, if they do not, because you understand, we must understand, the world should understand. These are the frozen conflict. It can, it is like India and Pakistan. Anytime it can, take on and, it will take a different shape. For the time being, it has been contained and there is an exit policy. There is a face saving from, Iranian side, and Americans and Israelis have given that space to them. And I feel for the time being, the peace will prevail upon. And the aim by which the Israelis have done it from 7th October 2023, that, basically degrading the capability and capacity of 3H, there's Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi. At the same time, the perpetrator of theirs, the master of them, have been given a very befitting reply. And this is the way actually you are supposed to do it. I hope the Iran behaves and doesn't carry on with the path which they were going on. And I think peace will prevail for the rest of the world. For the time being, it has been managed well. You will see, this is my assessment, that it will fastly develop in that line.
And Major General, how does this really temporary pause, so to say, really affect the nuclear stability in the Middle East, considering the fact that there is still no clarity on how much of the impact those US strikes would have had on arsenal, the nuclear arsenal that Iran possesses. How does this temporary pause affect the larger nuclear question in the Middle East?
As far the nuclear aspect is concerned, that Iran's determination to go nuclear, it has been, being managed from 2016, when the Donald Trump came, much before that also. When, the American line was there, especially on Obama administration, that there should be a talk on which they have gone for the nuclear deal, that Iran will not go for the weaponization of nuclear capability. At the same time, they can pursue something like for the peaceful purposes, for which they have given, for which the commitment from Iran was there, that they will not go for the weapon grade enrichment, that is about 90%. But behind the table, behind the scene, they were doing that exactly. They were going in that direction. And there was, when the Trump came this time, even that time, when Trump came in the first term, he was not in the favor of that, particular accord, and he walked away from that. That has given the space to Iran, because IAEA, representative was not been allowed to carry out the, inspections of the various nuclear sites. So there was apprehension in the whole world that, Iran is, getting near to a weapon grade of uranium and go for nuclearization. Other countries like China, not directly, but through Pakistan, they were helping them. I do not know how much help the Russians gave it, but through North Korea, there was, there were apprehensions that they were getting the technology. They are very near to, weapon grade of enrichment of uranium.
Right.
And this time, that's why the Donald Trump, in the second term, he did try to go for a nuclear deal with them, the first term, which he had been the mistake.
Right,
but this time, the things are on. 6th round of talk is there, and I believe this will only settle when they will agree for that, the deal which they are talking about through Oman. Then only will settle. Otherwise, see, it will erupt again in a different form.
Right. Thank you so much, Major General, for joining us here on Republic TV and sharing your insights on that big story. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, in an act of retaliation to the US airstrikes on its nuclear sites after closing the strategic Strait of Hormuz to choke the global supply of crude, Iran fired a volley of cruise missiles at Qatar, targeting American military bases in the Arab region. A post attributed to Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on X handle said that Iran was careful not to harm civilians, adding that the strikes were aimed at sending out a message that it did not submit to anyone's harassment. Meanwhile, Israel responded to the Iranian airstrikes on US military bases, saying that it bore the proof of its standing as a terror state. Here is a detailed report.
In his first public response after the US stealth bombers struck Iranian nuke sites, the Foreign Minister of the Islamic Republic, Abbas Araghchi, vowed to defend his homeland and people.
The United States' brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
And true to his word, Iran launched a volley of cruise missiles at Qatar and in Iraq on Monday late evening, targeting American military bases. In dramatic visuals, the Iranian missile barrage lit up the night sky over the Al Udeid military base of the US in Doha. Deafening explosions were heard in Doha as the Iranian projectiles were intercepted and shot down by the Qatari air defense. Sending out a post from his X handle, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said his forces were careful not to harm civilians in the Arab nations, adding that the strikes carried a message that his regime would not submit to anyone's harassment. The Iranian armed forces put out a release stating that the strikes were carried out under the guidance of the Supreme National Security Council and the leadership of the central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, with the sacred court Ya Aba Abdullah al-Hussein. The kingdom meanwhile reacted in anger, calling the Iranian airstrikes as a flagrant contravention of international laws. Responding to Iran's retaliation to US airstrikes, Israel said they were proof of the former standing, quote-unquote, as a terror state. The US meanwhile advised its citizens and consular staff to stay hunkered down in shelters and heed military advice. However, no American life was harmed in the Iranian airstrikes as the US troops scrambled to take cover amid the blaring sirens. A report said US President Donald Trump went into a huddle with the top minders in the Situation Room, taking real-time briefings on the Iranian strikes. Meanwhile, the Indian Embassy in Qatar put out a statement advising all citizens to remain indoors. Air India diverted a Doha-bound flight to Kannur after the country closed its airspace in anticipation of the Iranian strikes. With Iran exacting a measure of revenge for the US strikes on its nuclear facilities, the world now awaits Trump's response.
And viewers, we'll take a very short break, but we'll continue to track the big story, Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims. He announces a truce between Israel and Iran and says that the 12-day war has ended. All the details and much more coming up ahead. Stay tuned.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national memory. Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky, the Twin Towers collapsing to the ground, black smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, the wreckage of Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the actions of heroic citizens saved even more heartbreak and destruction. And yet we know that the worst images are those.
News. Let's take a look at some of the news from across the nation. After cruising to a landslide win in the bypoll to the Kaliaganj Assembly constituency in Bengal's Nadia district, ruling Trinamool Congress candidate Alifa Ahmed thanked Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, saying her struggles and leadership inspired her in the run for the assembly. Amid the sparring tensions in West Asia and the severe escalation in the ongoing war between Israel and Iran, budget carrier Indigo issued an advisory for passengers, saying some of its international flights may experience delays or diversions. The advisory stated that adjustments in flight services were being made to ensure operations remain within safe and compliant airspace. A massive fire broke out at the banquet hall in West Delhi's Moti Nagar area on Monday late evening. The blaze, which was reported at 8:47 in the evening, has been brought under control. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri launched a veiled attack on the previous Congress government at the centre after attending a private memorial service for the victims of the mid-air bombing of the Air India Kanishka flight in 1985. Addressing a press conference, Puri said that for decades, previous governments at the centre allowed a situation where it was assumed that a better sense would prevail despite the horrific consequence of the people dying. He said the government of the day went back to business instead of dealing with the perpetrators. After scripting a win in Visawadar Assembly by-election by a margin of 17,000 votes, Aam Aadmi Party candidate Gopal Italia said that the poll was contested and won by the people and he was merely a medium. Claiming that the ruling BJP did everything in its power to win the by-poll, the AAP candidate said the people of Gujarat were yearning for change at the helm. The Adani New Industries Limited announced the successful commissioning of India's first off-grid 5-megawatt green hydrogen pilot plant in Kutch in Gujarat, marking a major milestone in the nation's clean energy transition. The state-of-the-art plant is 100% green, powered by solar energy and integrated with a battery energy storage system, enabling it to operate completely off-grid. This represents a new paradigm in decentralized renewable-powered hydrogen production. The AINL plant is India's first featuring a fully automated closed-loop electrolyzer system designed to respond dynamically to real-time renewable energy inputs. And it's time to take a break, but we continue to track the big story. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, and Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Ali Khamenei is living in the very center of Tehran, in the supreme leader headquarters. But of course, he left this building, this complex actually, on Friday, June 13, just when the Israeli strike began. We have a few possibilities. We know that he has also a very fortified bunker in the north of the capital of Tehran, in the Lavizan area, which is a residential part of Tehran with a lot of wood and so on. And there is a very important military garrison and a bunker for Ali Khamenei. He could be there, but he could be also in the city where his family is living, Mashhad, in the northeast of Iran, approximately 900 kilometers east of Tehran. And of course, actually, it could be anywhere. We don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that he fears for his life and is hiding. Actually, everything is in the hands of the Iranian leaders. They decide their future actually now. If they decide to strike back and to attack the military, the American army somewhere in the Middle East, or maybe somewhere else in the world, or a US embassy and so on, of course the US will come back with other planes, other bombs, and will finish the job. That's very clear. So they have one option to strike back. They have another option to continue to strike Israel.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 9 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Donald Trump, US President, has gone on a spree, putting out various social media posts announcing a ceasefire, but the ground reality is that the hostilities continue. IDF has reported fresh missile barrage from Iran. We'll get you all the latest from Ground Zero, but after a quick check on the headlines. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approached simultaneously for peace. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Iran's missile attacks on US bases in Qatar and Iraq, Khamenei says Iran will not submit to anyone's harassment. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says Iranian missiles fired at southern Israel. Saudi Arabia condemns Iran for attacking US's Al Udeid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. US President Donald Trump announced ceasefire between Iran and Israel, saying the 12-day war will come to an end soon. Meanwhile, there has been no official announcement of ceasefire either from Iran or from Israel. Although in a cryptic post, Iran rejected Trump's ceasefire claim, saying no ceasefire agreement reached yet, and Israel was punished until the very last minute at 4 a.m. That was the statement released by Iranian foreign minister. And the statement comes just after Donald Trump announced ceasefire between Israel and Iran. But ground reality is, viewers, that IDF continues to claim that Iranian missiles have been fired towards southern Israel. And also what we understand is that the local media there in Israel claims that there have been casualties in Beersheba location, where the IDF claims Iranian missiles impacted residential areas, killing people. And for the third time now, people across Israel have been asked to move to bunkers to get to safety. And this comes after Donald Trump has time and again claimed that Israel and Iran approached him simultaneously for peace, and that this is a big breakthrough in the Middle East. He has claimed to have stopped the 12-day-long war between Israel and Iran. And J.D. Vance has also reiterated Donald Trump's claims, saying that this is a testament to Donald Trump's leadership. But viewers, on ground zero, the war continues because Israel has reported back-to-back barrages of Iranian missile. We also have Major General Rajan Kochar joining us live on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Major General. Donald Trump once again has come out with his sham of a ceasefire claim, but on ground zero, hostilities continue. IDF reports more missiles incoming from Iran. How do you look at the situation in the Middle East, sir?
Thank you for inviting me. You see, Donald Trump has got this penchant for announcing a ceasefire before those countries themselves announce it. We saw in Operation Sindhu also, the first statement for a ceasefire came from Donald Trump. But I think this ceasefire is likely to take place because it may be a couple of hours here and there. And before any ceasefire takes place, it's always nations who have been battered tend to give a last message or a last salvo to tell their people that they have been on the ascendancy. They have not accepted defeat, and it's only a strategic retreat. I would actually call it. I would call it a strategic retreat. Because Iran also knows that how long can it sustain this missile warfare. You see, it cannot be for infinite duration, because missiles arsenals are X number, and they were depleting by the day. And if you study the war doctrine of Iran, they never prophesize in going for a long war. They never prophesize for going into a conventional kind of a war in which they don't use their proxies. So that is the reason, because this war doctrine of Iran has been primarily modeled on a war with Israel and to a lesser extent United States. So that's why I see this claim of President Trump. It does have a weight, but the point is the timing of the ceasefire may not be what Trump is mentioning as 4 a.m. as you have just stated that Iran has carried out a missile attack.
That's right, Major General. I would kindly request you to hold your thoughts, because we have breaking news coming in. Israel claims that Iran has launched 6 missiles in 2 separate barrages, while there were only 2 missiles in the first launch. 4 missiles were launched in the second attack, out of which one hit an apartment building in southern Israel's Beersheba city. And according to local media, according to Israeli media reports, 3 people have succumbed. Residential areas have once again been hit. And coming back to you, Major General, Israel is calling this as the last-minute cheap shots by Iran. And Iran, meanwhile, we clearly saw Al Khamenei's statement coming in that Iran is not a nation that would surrender. So does this really mean anything? Help our viewers, read between the lines, Major General.
Yes, it means a lot. You see, I'll just give you a similar example what Pakistan did in Operation Sindhu. Just before the ceasefire was to start, Pakistan had launched a couple of drones into India to suggest that they had the last shot at India, and only then the ceasefire took place. Actually, what happens in these nations is that they have to satisfy their own people. They have to give a message to the own people. Now, the narrative building is very important in this war, and we are seeing this in the current wars, that the wars are won in the minds of the people, and it is the way a particular narrative has gone by. Today, Iran is going to say that it did not ask for a ceasefire. Already, we are seeing statements from Iran leaders which are saying that Trump was begging for a ceasefire, and that is why we accepted the ceasefire. So now this kind of a narrative building is very important for a leader like Khomeini, because he has a larger than life figure in Iran, and he wants to prove to his own people that he could take on the might of the United States. And it was the United States which was compelled, especially after he struck the airbase in Qatar, to come on the table for a ceasefire. And secondly, he would also like to project a statement that we have successfully been able to infiltrate, our missiles have been able to infiltrate into the airspace of Israel and cause a substantial damage to Israel. And that is why Israel has also agreed to the ceasefire. And why I say that is that this war was started on a particular political aim by Israel. Has that political aim been achieved in order to call for or to accept a ceasefire is my larger question to the leaders of Israel and the United States. The United States was time and again saying that they wanted a regime change. Has that regime change happened? United States was time and again saying that we have destroyed the nuclear capability of Iran to build a nuclear bomb. Can we safely assume that Iran will not build a nuclear bomb now? So these are very, very pertinent questions which are related to this ceasefire. And I think this ceasefire, both the countries were finding a way out of the situation, because Iran also knew that it could not sustain this war for long, and it would have actually meant a large-scale destruction in Iran, because the way things were actually going about. United States wanted a face saving. United States also realized that it was also vulnerable in this region, because today, if it is 1 or 2 air bases which have been attacked, tomorrow it could be larger attacks, and not only on the air bases, the security of the US citizens in other countries would also be at a risk, because Iran could carry out targeted killings on US citizens. So that was a larger picture actually coming into play, because once you initiate this kind of conflict, it is something like they call it in Islam, jihad. So they would actually go for the Islamic jihad, and they would target each and every American they come across in any country. So it was a vulnerability. I think a better sense has prevailed upon Trump. At the outset, I felt that he should have actually enjoyed this conflict. He should have remained on the backstage, but he has been exposed now. His forces were exposed now, and the very fact that a large barrage of missiles, whatever, even if the missiles have not reached the target or if it has not caused much damage, it is the resolve of Iran which has come out very, very strongly. And what a narrative I can see now is this war is being halted on a moral high ground for Iran, because a country which was being subjugated is now been asked for a ceasefire. That very narrative will actually come out very strongly from Iran, and you will see in the media reports also in the coming days. Each country is going to claim victory, because Israel will also say that we have demolished their military strength.
That's right, and Israel has been doing that, Major General. They have been taking out those missile launchers, and now in the aftermath of Donald Trump's so-called ceasefire claim, for the third time in the last hour, Major General, Israelis are running to shelter because another missile has been launched from Iran. And as per media, 7 Israeli civilians have been pronounced dead on the scene of these strikes in Beersheba. This is in southern Israel. Iran continues to attack Israel. According to IDF's latest bulletin that it has released, 2 barrages of missiles were detected. The first one included just 2 missiles, and the second one included 4 missiles. And one of those missiles hit a residential apartment, the visuals of which are on your screens. Viewers, these are the pictures in the aftermath of Iran's missile strike in Beersheba. Residential structures have been hit, and according to Israeli media, 7 Israelis have been pronounced dead. Well, Major General, in the last 48 hours, we've seen a lot of action, in this part of the world. First, US launched its precise military strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. But, we only have the satellite images from the surface of the ground. We don't really know what happened underground, whether these bunker busters were really effective and whether they managed to, completely wipe out the nuclear programs of Iran. But that's the claim that Donald Trump has made, that the nuclear facilities were completely obliterated. Do you think that this has set back Iran's, nuclear program, or it has, in fact, further enhanced it with the provocation?
A very interesting question, because we don't hear any statements by Iran that a substantial damage has been caused. And there have been reports also that Iran has shifted its uranium out of this place. I was also reading an interesting report, of course, this has not been collaborated, that 3 transport aircrafts came from China, and maybe these stuff has been moved to China or something like that, which is actually not possible. But notwithstanding that, there are 2 things actually emerging out of it. First is, even if we take a scenario that you have destroyed whatever uranium was there, of course, there was no sign of any kind of a radiation. So that claim also, I will put a question mark on that. But even if you have destroyed the facilities, everything, you have set back their nuclear program by only a couple of years. There are countries like North Korea who are coming forward now, telling Iran that we are going to support your nuclear program, you can restart again. So the point is that you have not removed the thought or from the leadership, or you have not influenced the leadership to that extent, even after such punitive actions, to do away from their nuclear program. And they are not going to do away from their nuclear program if President Trump has an assumption that carrying out these bomber attacks, he has put an end to the nuclear dream of Iran. That he is very sadly mistaken, because his policy is my way or the highway. And he has been resorting to this policy with all the countries, and he hasn't achieved much success. Even on the tariff issue, he had to roll back a number of times. And today, I think the reputation of United States and the credibility of Trump is at stake. And why I actually say that is because when you announce a ceasefire, when you announce a time, and if it is not implemented by a particular country, now I would like to see if there is going to be a response from Israel. Because moment there is a response to this Iranian strikes, I don't think this ceasefire will hold then. Because now President Trump will have to prevail upon Netanyahu that you will not respond to any of these actions now. And possibly this would be the last strike by Iran, because Iran also knows that any further strike apart from this will lead to the recommencing of the war, and this ceasefire will not hold. So I think this ceasefire is a welcome step, not only for Iran.
That's right, Major General. If Donald Trump is a man of his word, it's time that he steps in and leashes Iran, saying that, look, the time for retaliation is over. Now we've announced a ceasefire. Let's drop the terms and conditions, and let's, amicably agree upon cessation of hostilities. Only if Donald Trump does that, will only then the war will come to an end. But we'll keep seeing cheap shots as Israel claims that Iran is bombarding residential structures. But many thanks, Major General, for joining us with those insights. Now let's also move on and tell you, viewers, that National Security Advisor NSA Ajit Doval is currently in Beijing. He's called upon the Chinese minister and also member of the Politburo of the CCP ahead of the SCO summit. Here's a quick report on that.
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing on Monday. NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. During the meeting, the two leaders discussed the progress in the restoration of bilateral ties between India and China. The two leaders underscored the need to promote overall development of the India-China bilateral relations, including by fostering greater people-to-people ties. Doval also emphasized the need to counter terrorism in all its forms and manifestations to maintain overall peace and stability in the region. The two leaders also exchanged views on the ongoing global conflicts during the meeting.
Moving on, viewers, Monday evening saw the arrival of a flight that was not just another international journey. It was a lifeline. The passengers on board were not merely returning home, they were escaping chaos and finding refuge after enduring unimaginable fear. And this marked yet another chapter in India's ongoing Operation Sindhu, a heroic mission that has brought thousands of citizens back from the conflict zones, from Iran to Israel. The stories of relief, gratitude and reunions reflect the resilience of those who have been affected, the meticulous coordination behind the evacuation, and the silent but powerful vow of India that the citizens will not be left alone. Here's a report.
A flight touched down at New Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport on Monday evening, but this was no ordinary arrival. Relief, gratitude, and eyes brimming with tears. Such was the scene at the Delhi International Airport. On board were 290 Indian nationals and one Sri Lankan, evacuated from the conflict-hit city of Mashhad in Iran. Each passenger carried not just luggage, but stories of fear, uncertainty, and a deep, deep sense of relief. Among those who arrived was Fatima Iman, a Sri Lankan national studying in Iran.
I feel really good and I'm really grateful for everything. The experience was really good. I contacted the Sri Lankan embassy for help, like when the Indian students were getting evacuated from my university. So I reached out to my embassy and asking them to contact the Indian embassy and to help me out in the evacuation process. The condition is really getting worse with each new day. It's really getting crazy nowadays.
For many like Fatima, this was a lifeline. Other Indian students and workers echoed similar sentiments, overwhelmed by the smooth coordination and quick response by the Indian authorities.
गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से बहुत ज़्यादा बहुत अच्छे से बहुत सेफ्टी के साथ हम लोग इवैक्यूएटेड हुए। सबसे पहले हम यज़्द में स्टे किया और वहाँ पर अकोमोडेशन बहुत ही अच्छा था, हमें होटल में रखा गया, फिर फूड भी था वहाँ पर, सब कुछ अच्छे से था, सेफ भी था वो रीजन। उसके बाद फिर हमें मशहद में शिफ्ट किया गया 2 दिन के लिए, फिर वहाँ से हमें डायरेक्टली शिराज लाया गया बाय फ्लाइट।
On Saturday, another special flight from Mashhad landed in Delhi, bringing back 285 more internationals hailing from states including Bihar, Jammu and Kashmir, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Gujarat and Maharashtra. The evacuation was part of India's ongoing Operation Sindhu, a mission of mercy executed with precision and compassion. With this latest flight, 2,003 Indian citizens have been brought home safely from Iran since tensions erupted across West Asia. The Ministry of External Affairs confirmed that this is just part of a broader effort to bring every Indian back home safely. In addition to evacuations from Iran, India also pulled out 160 of its nationals from Israel and Jordan on Sunday, many of whom were forced to take shelter in bunkers as air raid sirens wailed and missiles lit up the skies. The sound of home has never been more comforting. Operation Sindhu is not just an evacuation. It is India's silent vow to its citizens. You will not be forgotten.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about Saudi Arabia condemning Iran for attacking US's air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the much-awaited update. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25 as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Stay tuned.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The fact is that Donald Trump said within 2 weeks he will take action. He could have taken action the very next hour. He said within 2 weeks. He did not say he's going to wait 2 weeks. He said within 2 weeks. And he's a man who he lives up to his word. And I can tell you that this is evolving exactly in the way that geopolitical analysis would lead it to evolve. With China basically joining hands with Iran, I think the Israelis will get a shock because they have been trying to cultivate the Chinese now for decades. And now I think they'll be given a rude reality check on that. And the US is inevitable it comes in, because it is not going to allow a nuclearized Iran. There's no question about that. It's not going to allow it. And so what we are witnessing is the beginning of of something that could be international ramifications. You already got China into it. I hope, for Russia's sake, that Putin is not going lockstep with China, but he declines from giving massive assistance to Iran, because that is going to help the US diplomacy under Donald Trump. But all in all, I know what side India is on. India is on the side of the democracies. Prime Minister Modi is on the side of the democracies. He understands geopolitics very well. And Trump also understands geopolitics very well. I know Putin also understands geopolitics very well. And it's in Russia's interest to ensure that it does not join with China in a full-scale attempt, a futile attempt, if I may say so, to try and assist Iran. So I'd like to say what we are seeing now is a very significant development that has been really brewing for so many years, since Cold War 2.0 between the US and China in particular. Other democracies also came. And now it is bursting into a kinetic phase. And I'm not surprised by that. I don't think anybody who has studied that analysis or read those analyses will be surprised. I'm only saying that Russia is an imponderable, there's no doubt about it. And China, I think Israelis have got a reality check on China. And I think I applaud President Trump for acting the way he did and preventing a nuclearized Iran. I applaud him. And I can tell you, I know firsthand this government in India and President Trump.
Very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. US President Donald Trump has announced that there is a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. However, no confirmation coming in from either side. That's the top story that we are tracking this hour. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approached simultaneously for peace. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, the Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Iran's missile attacks on US base in Qatar and Iraq, Khamenei says Iran will not submit to anyone's harassment. After Trump's ceasefire claims, IDF says Iranian missiles are fired at southern Israel. Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the US Al Ubaid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. And after 7 days, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June as the new date for the Axiom 4 mission. US President Donald Trump announced a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, saying that the 12-day war will come to an end soon. Meanwhile, there has been no official announcement of ceasefire from both Israel and Iran's side. Although, in a cryptic post, Iran rejected Donald Trump's ceasefire claims, saying that no ceasefire agreement has been reached as yet, and Israel was punished until the very last minute at 4 a.m. All right, and we have breaking news coming in at this moment related to the ceasefire claims. Now, Israel has claimed that Iran has launched 6 missiles in 2 salvos. While there were only 2 missiles in the first launch, 4 missiles were launched in the second attack, out of which 1 hit an apartment building in southern Israel's Beersheba city. So hostilities really continuing even as Donald Trump said that the ceasefire deal has been agreed upon, and there have been missiles that have been coming in towards the Israeli territory, and they've been... All right, let's get a perspective. We are right now joined in by Executive Editor Aishwarya Kapoor, who is joining us. Aishwarya, very good morning, sir. And how do you look at the claims that US President Donald Trump has made regarding the ceasefire between Israel and Iran? Though what we are witnessing is that the hostilities are still continuing, and the Iranian foreign minister said that, that they will continue, that they are ready for a cessation of hostilities, but the time they gave was 4 a.m. But it's well past that time. How do you look at the present developments?
Well, at this point of time, first and foremost, we need to see that this time the American president was a bit smart. Last time when he called ceasefire between 2 countries, and this time, if you see, he has given a time of 24 hours. He said that I'm giving a 6-hour period to Iran and a 12-hour period to Israel. So that time is just not over. We need to understand, America went into Iran, destroyed their complete nuclear program, their work of the last 4 decades, 40 years of work in nuclear capability enrichment of Iran has been completely decimated. And if not completely, to a point at which they are at point start again. So Iran has been given a face saver. If you see, in the last 12 hours, the Iranian foreign minister reached Moscow. He had a meeting there. What we are being told by our sources here, because we were, I personally, and then 64 other flights from North America and Canada were en route to India when the Middle Eastern airspace, including that of the Qatari airspace, was closed. And then all of us are once again stranded back here in North America and Canada. But the fight remains that Iran told Qatar. Can you imagine? Iran has attacked American air bases in Qatar, and Donald Trump came out and said that I'm not going to retaliate. It seems that there is a backdoor conversation which has happened. America has achieved what it wanted to. America has brought Iran's nuclear program to its knees, if not the country, their nuclear program. That is what they wanted. That is what Israel wanted. Now a face saver has been given to them. Iran attacked the American air bases in Qatar, and Donald Trump came out just within minutes of that and said that America will not respond. America will not react, Aishwarya. So it is very clear that the fact is that a face saver has been given to Ayatollah Khomeini as well, to Iran as well, so that there is one balance point between both the countries from where you can achieve peace. And if you see that very first statement around 8 to 9 hours prior, if I could just read out 2 lines of it, he says that in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound up and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. So he has himself given 12 hours. So all of this skirmishes now, 1 missile here, 2 missiles there, it will continue for a few more hours. But if it continues for 6 more hours from now, then it's going to be a point of concern, not right now.
Absolutely. So really, we have to wait and watch as to how those developments really pan out. Meanwhile, we have more breaking news coming in, viewers. Israel has claimed that its military has now detected a 5th ballistic missile launch from Iran. Now, sirens are expected to sound in northern Israel in the coming minutes. So the military, the defense forces, Israeli defense forces are saying that there have been strikes, that Iran is continuing to launch strikes. And they are saying, the Israeli Defense Forces saying that Iran has launched several more missiles towards Israel, and Israeli defense systems are operating to intercept these missiles. And how long is that going to happen is something to wait and watch. And we have more breaking news coming in for the third time in the last hour. Israelis are currently running to shelter due to another missile launch from Iran. Now, as per Israeli media, 3 Israeli civilians were pronounced dead on the scene of these strikes in Beersheba. So Israel says that Iran is continuing to launch strikes. And this after the news spread of a possible ceasefire. People across Israel are waking up this morning to the sounds of siren alerts. Let's get a perspective. Aishwarya Kapoor is joining us from Washington. Aishwarya, sir, as we can see, the hostilities are still continuing, and you mentioned earlier the fact that, you know, it really have to wait and watch as to how many hours will this possibly go on. But how do you look at this so-called temporary truce that has been allegedly agreed upon, considering that there are no terms and there are no conditions? How is this going to hold? That is a question that needs to be asked. How and who will ensure that this truce is really agreed upon?
Well, I think Trump has, and just few seconds prior, Aishwarya, and I'm reading out the new statement which has been issued by the American president here in DC, and it's and I can tell you it is 10 minutes past midnight here, and he's still reacting. He said we couldn't have made today's deal, and I quote it in inverted commas, deal, without the talent and courage of our great B-2 pilots and all of those associated with that operation. In a certain and very ironic way, the perfect hit late in the evening brought everyone together, and the deal was made. So basically, America has brought, as we were just discussing, Aishwarya, America has disturbed and destroyed and brought the Iranian nuclear program to its knees. And I repeat, if not the country, their nuclear program, their work of the last 4 decades, 40 plus years in this area has been brought to a standstill, has been brought to a point, go to a point of start again, to a point of beginning. And that is what Israel and America wanted. America does not want or do not want to destroy Iran as a country. They only wanted to destroy their nuclear facility, and that has been done. So Iran, if sources are to believe, that is the conversation which happened between when the Iranian foreign minister reached Moscow today and had a conversation with not only the Russians but also the Turkish, and through Turkish, their American counterparts. That's the deal. Iran told Qatar that I am going to attack 4 or 5 different American air bases in your region. And that was allowed. If not allowed, America said that we will not respond. And that is an official statement coming out of Trump. Trump says, I will not respond to an Iranian attack on American bases in Qatar. Can anyone would have imagined it? It's a clear face saver being given to Iran. And now, let 12 hours pass by, it is going to be a complete peace. Because if you see, the American president is once again reiterating. He's calling it a deal. He said that my B-2 bombers, we've achieved what we wanted. Israel has achieved what we wanted. And that is what has helped us to achieve this deal, because we've destroyed what we intended to. What America wanted to intend for the last 20, 25 years, ever since the Iran-Iraq war in the 90s, they wanted to destroy and completely bring the Iranian nuclear program to its knees. And that is what something which has been achieved for the first time in the last 4 decades by America. And that is it. Donald Trump is very happy. He doesn't want any more destruction. And we've already seen how Donald Trump himself wants to push himself for the Nobel Peace Prize. That is a different issue. That Nobel Peace Prize, the very non-profit, is being run by the same family, by the same company who owns Bofors. So if anything can be more ironical, I don't know. But the fact remains that it's a deal. It will take time for de-escalation. It will take time for a complete standstill. But till that point of time, few missiles there will be shot off from Iran and Israel both ways. But as far as Trump is concerned, he has spoken to both sides, or if he not personally, then his office and his officers. And that movement of the Iranian foreign minister to Moscow has brought that deal out through the Turkish and then getting in touch with their American counterparts. And then the American president coming out that 12 hours, there will be a complete ceasefire between Iran and Israel.
Right, so you stay with us. We'll just come back to you. And viewers, we are getting you now the latest visuals of an aftermath of Iranian missiles at southern Israel. Those visuals that are going to appear on TV screens, you will see the aftermath of those missile attacks that have been going on. Despite the announcement of a ceasefire, those visuals you can see a damaged building there in southern Israel, and this as missile attacks have been continuing. This is what the Israeli Defense Forces are claiming, that sirens have been sounded and the missile attacks from Iran are continuing. Let's go back to our group political editor Aishwarya Kapoor, who is joining us from Washington. Aishwarya sir, now looking at, you mentioned about the role of Qatar. You mentioned how that attack on the US airbase in Qatar was very strategic. Right. It was very strategic, you mentioned. But what really leverage does Qatar have in ensuring that there was, in brokering the peace, as per reports, that Qatar was also responsible in brokering that peace. So what leverage that country has in brokering a peace possibly between the two countries?
Well, it's a known fact that the Qataris are equally close to the Americans and to Iran. Qatar is one country in the Middle East which has the massive American Air Force presence. The most number of American bases are in Qatar in the Middle East. It's a known fact, and that is exactly why Iran chose Qatar. But there was also another reason, if you see, and it has all happened in quick succession. Secession, beg your pardon. The Iranian foreign minister flies off to Moscow. Iran chooses to attack not 4 but 5 different American military bases in Qatar. And as soon as that information comes out, the American president comes out and says, we will not respond. And I repeat, the American president came out and said that we will not respond to the Iranian attack on the American bases in Qatar. It was very clear then and there that it is a leverage which is being given to the Iranian political establishment, whether if you want to call it or not, to Ayatollah Khomeini as a face saver for his own people, because America, the very target of America is not to overthrow Ayatollah Khomeini's regime, but to bring their nuclear program to knees, and that is something which has been done. And if you see the latest comment coming in from Donald Trump was that we have achieved a deal, and he is thanking his B-2 bombers, he is thanking his pilots of the B-2 bombers, and is categorically stating that this is what we want and this is what has helped us to achieve a deal. He repeats the word deal thrice in one comment on the social media platform X, which his friend Elon Musk happens to own. But the fact remains that this is what America wanted. America wanted to broker a deal after bringing Iran to its knees. If not the whole country, I'm repeating, their nuclear program. Iranian foreign minister flying to Moscow, Iran choosing not 4 but 5 different American military bases in the region of Qatar and also certain in Kuwait is a clear sign that there was a communication. Qatar said, yes, we were told. Iran said, we told them. Donald Trump, the American president, thanked Iran for stating for a weak attack and telling the Qataris first. So there seems to be some backdoor dialogue, and that is what diplomacy is. That is what these ambassadors and senior foreign affairs officers do. There has been some face saver given to Iran, keeping in mind that Iranian nuclear program for the last 40 years, the work which they had done in this field for the last 4 decades has been decimated and considerably by the Americans.
All right.
They were allowed to attack 4 or 5 bases of America in the Middle East. It created chaos, but America said we will not respond. And here you have the American president coming out and saying that in 12 hours, there will be a complete ceasefire.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us from Washington and giving us those insights on that big story. So viewers, big breaking news. So what is happening is Donald Trump has announced a ceasefire, but strikes continue in Iran and Israel. Donald Trump's ceasefire claims turn hollow as war continues so far with a missile attack from both the sides, while Trump is also busy praising his military, and he says we couldn't have made it to today's deal without the talent and courage of our great B-2 pilots and all of those associated with that operation. In a certain, a very ironic way, that perfect hit late in the evening brought everyone together and the deal was made. So Donald Trump there not only patting his back but also praising his military, even as the strikes continue in Iran and Israel. So far, Trump's ceasefire claims have turned hollow, and war continues with the missile attacks from both sides so far. So Donald Trump's fresh claims on the ceasefire, and Donald Trump has said that Israel and Iran approached me and said peace. He said both the nations approached me simultaneously. Further, he said, I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners. That's what Donald Trump said. However, what we do know right now is that hostilities are still continuing, and the two continue to exchange missile strikes. And viewers, it's time to take a very short break. Coming up ahead, Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the US Al Udeid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national memory. Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky, the Twin Towers collapsing to the ground, black smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, the wreckage of Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the actions of heroic citizens saved even more heartbreak and destruction. And yet we know
powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Ali Khamenei is living in the very center of Tehran, in the supreme leader headquarters. But of course, he left this building, this complex actually, on Friday, June 13, just when the Israeli strike began. We have a few possibilities. We know that he has also a very fortified bunker in the north of the capital of Tehran, in the Lavizan area, which is a residential part of Tehran with a lot of wood and so on. And there is a very important military garrison and a bunker for Ali Khamenei. He could be there, but he could be also in the city where his family is living, Mashhad, in the northeast of Iran, approximately 900 kilometers east of Tehran. And of course, actually, he could be anywhere. We don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that he fears for his life and is hiding. Actually, everything is in the hands of the Iranian leaders. They decide their future actually now. If they decide to strike back and to attack the military, the American army somewhere in the Middle East, or maybe somewhere else in the world, or a US embassy and so on, of course the US will come back with other planes, other bombs, and will finish the job. That's very clear. So they have one option to strike back. They have another option to continue to strike Israel, as they did actually this morning, and organize something more discreet to strike the US. For instance, using international terrorism as...
We eat music, we breathe music. Music is our life. And music has also taught that my audience comes from diverse background, different religion, I feel I belong to every religion of the world. I feel I belong to every religion of India. So my life is music. So I'm very grateful to God Almighty.
That's amazing.
Ali Khamenei is living in the very center of Tehran, in the supreme leader headquarters. But of course, he left this building, this complex actually, on Friday, June 13, just when the Israeli strike began. We have a few possibilities. We know that he has also a very fortified bunker in the north of the capital of Tehran, in the Lavizan area, which is a residential part of Tehran with a lot of wood and so on. And there is a very important military garrison and a bunker for Ali Khamenei. He could be there, but he could be also in the city where his family is living, Mashhad, in the northeast of Iran, approximately 900 kilometers east of Tehran. And of course, actually, he could be anywhere. We don't know. The only thing we know for sure is that he fears for his life and is hiding. Actually, everything is in the hands of the Iranian leaders. They decide their future actually now. If they decide to strike back and to attack the military, the American army somewhere in the Middle East, or maybe somewhere else in the world, or a U.S. embassy and so on, of course the U.S. will come back with other planes, other bombs, and will finish the job. That's very clear. So they have one option to strike back. They have another option to continue to strike Israel, as they did actually this morning, and organize something more discreet to strike the US. For instance, using international terrorism, as they did for the last 46 years. In this case, they could say, of course, this is not us. This is a group. We don't know them. We don't know why they attacked you. But everyone, of course, will know that it comes from Tehran, from the Iranian leaders. So I think that their options are very, very limited. And actually, my personal perception is that they will openly strike back to the US, because for them it's a question of survival. They have to show to their own nation, to their own people, that they are still strong, even if actually they are not.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking up. Shubhangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Just hours after Donald Trump announced ceasefire, well, we are seeing a different scenario play out where Iran is sending in missiles to the southern Israel region. We're coming to know that many civilians have been injured. Coming to know that 3 civilians have lost their life in Israel post these attacks. We'll get to all those details, but as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Viewers, the top headline: Donald Trump's big ceasefire claim announces truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approach simultaneously for peace. Rejecting Trump's ceasefire claim, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Iran's missile attack on U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq, Khamenei says Iran will not submit to anyone's harassment. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says Iranian missiles fired at southern Israel. Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the U.S.'s Al Udeid airbase, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. And after 7 days, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as a new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Let's go ahead to the big story that we're tracking for you right now. It looks like India has gone ahead and pressed the pedal on the Indus Water Treaty. This is coming in as India tells World Bank to pause expert proceedings on the Kishan Ganga and other projects in Jammu and Kashmir. Big update coming in. India ups the ante on Indus Water Treaty, viewers. We're getting these back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, where we see India taking an extremely important stand there. The treaty is in abeyance, and India says that stop the adjudication process. India ups the ante on the Indus Water Treaty. Back-to-back updates coming in here, Republic TV viewers, as we keep getting more updates. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. It's a big statement on the Indus Water Treaty to the World Bank. That is right. India making it very, very clear, telling World Bank to pause expert proceedings on some of the projects in Jammu and Kashmir. India seeks pause in World Bank experts proceedings over some of these projects. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, joining us. Abhishek, now remember, this is coming in as we see the dispute is being heard. There's a concern over these are two hydropower projects in Jammu and Kashmir. And right now we see India seeking a pause in the World Bank's expert proceedings over these projects. If you could just give our viewers some context to what has happened so far.
Well, the context is that India has put the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, and while India was working on the two projects, the Kishan Ganga hydropower project on the Kishan Ganga River and the Rathle project on the Chenab River, Pakistan had objected to it, and as per the Indus Water Treaty mechanism, it had approached the World Bank, and World Bank had appointed a neutral expert by the name of Michel Lino. And the process was on. India had made its written submissions, and Pakistan's counter-protest note had come in, and it was to be discussed sometime in the month of November. Now that the treaty has been put in abeyance, and India does not intend to pursue any framework within the treaty to address disputes, and effectively it amounts to one step short of abrogation. So India has written now to Lino and asked him to excuse himself from the proceedings, given the fact that we are no more interested in following any process which is a part of the Indus Waters Treaty. And the reason is, of course, that Pakistan has been protesting against any step, be it on the existing projects or the future projects. So, for example, the Baglihar project, among others, India was wanting to carry out cleaning up operations, the desilting operations that are called to clear sediments. Also in the Salal project, and on both Pakistan was objective, and because of which since 1980s, 90s, no desilting process, clearing of sediments had happened. In fact, to the extent that the government of Jammu and Kashmir state at that time had passed a resolution to abrogate Indus Waters Treaty because of which they were not able to clear water bodies like the Wooler Dam, Wooler Barrage. And so now India moving one step closer to effecting or implementing the abeyance of Indus Waters Treaty by writing to the World Bank deputed independent expert and asking him to stop the process or excuse himself from the process because India does not intend to follow it any further. This essentially clears the way for India to implement existing projects, clear the existing projects and implement new ones, including the Kishan Ganga and Rathle, and of course Pakal Dul and Kiru and Kwar, which together account for about 3,000 to 4,000 megawatts of power, which was being held hostage by Pakistan. So I think the message is clear, Shivangi, that we mean business when we say that Indus Waters Treaty is not to be adhered to anymore, that it has been put in abeyance, and in fact plans are afoot to quickly execute a canal project which can bring the waters of the Indus system, at least three rivers of the west, and at least utilize the share that India had even under the Indus Water Treaty and was not able to use because of these objections by Pakistan.
All right. All right. I want to go. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us here. We also have with us Gursimran is joining us right now. Gursimran, I'm coming across to you right now. India has asked for a pause in the World Bank appointed neutral experts proceedings concerning the hydropower projects in Jammu and Kashmir and the disputes surrounding them. And we also heard a short while back what our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor said. If you could just take our viewers through the latest coming in.
See, this clearly means that India is not going to have negotiations with Pakistan on the Indus Water Treaty. Important to mention that India has made it amply clear when the Waters Treaty was kept in abeyance that it is going to be a permanent decision. And also we saw Union Home Minister Amit Shah making it very clear to the Pakistani side that it will be kept in abeyance and there will be no resumption of the Indus Water Treaty. And also the Prime Minister that water and blood cannot flow together. So this was very much clear, and now as we speak, India has now written to the World Bank neutral expert Mitchell Leno, in which India has made it amply clear to them that India do not need any kind of proceedings to go ahead, because the international arbitration is what Pakistan has always been lying upon to delay the projects that have been there. If we speak of the Baglihar project, it was in the starting of 2000 when Pakistan went for the international arbitration. It was a series of negotiations, series of talks that have taken place with the World Bank appointed neutral experts, and then India got a go ahead. So India's development has also been put to barrier by the Pakistan using these international arbitration or the World Bank neutral experts. But now India has made it amply clear to the Pakistani side that to the World Bank also, and also a message to the Pakistan that India do not need any kind of a World Bank proceedings over the Kishanganga project. And second is the project of Retlay power project, that is their hydroelectric power project that is in the Kishtwar district. It's important to mention that this comes days after the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Secretary, who has gone ahead and said that it needs to be taken at a rapid pace so that these projects can be completed at an earliest. So very clear from the Union government, from the J&K government, that there will be no rollback on the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty, because this treaty, this has been helping the Pakistan. It was the Pakistan that was getting the undue favors from the Indian side as part of the Indus Water Treaty. But now it will be in the abeyance, and India has written to the World Bank neutral expert Michel Leno asking the proceedings be stopped immediately. That means no negotiations, no visit of the World Bank neutral experts later this year. That was scheduled earlier in the month of December.
That's right, Gursimran. And like you were saying, Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, has also said India will never restore Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan. So we have this big statement at the World Bank of India coming in at the back of that. Okay, just we're moving ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more breaking news coming in. We put our focus to what's happening in West Asia. Israel has claimed that Iran has launched 6 missiles. I repeat, 6 missiles and 2 salvos. While there was only 2 missiles in the first launch, 4 missiles were launched in the second attack, out of which 1 hit an apartment building in southern Israel's Beersheba city. Okay, so big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. We see that there has been back-to-back updates in terms of what is happening. Looks like the Iranian missiles are raining over Israel. Iran has launched 6 missiles towards Israel. So we have those pictures coming in for you. This is coming in from the Beersheba region, particularly. And this is Israel saying that Iran has launched 6 missiles in 2 salvos, while there were only 2 missiles in the first launch. 4 missiles were launched in the second attack, out of which 1 hit an apartment building in southern Israel's Beersheba city. And at least 3 people have been killed, from what we understand, in the southern Israeli city of Beersheba, after the Iranian missiles are hitting residential areas as well. So we have with us right now, we have with us Major General Samar Partoor joining us. And thank you for joining us, Major General Samar Partoor, here at Republic TV. So with Trump announcing the ceasefire, yet missiles are being launched from Iran's side towards Israel. Is this truly a ceasefire, or what exactly is happening according to you, Major General?
Firstly, I'll correct you. I'm Major Samar Partoor, not Major General. Secondly, you see, with the barrage of missiles which are being pounded by Iran, now it is amply clear that, the hindrance or the obstacle for Iran was the Americans. So after yesterday's bombing of the American air bases in Qatar, you see, Americans then reverted and said that now they're not going to respond to the missile attack from Iran. So they've called it, a spade for a spade, and they've called it off. And now see, in the end, it is again, as I had been repeating from day one, that end of the day, it is going to be Israel, which is going to be left fighting alone by itself with Iran. See, as far as Iran is concerned, it has majority of the proxies already surrounding Israel. They have a decent intelligence which is present inside Israel. That is one of the major reasons that 2 days back a biolab was destroyed in Israel. So that was due to sheer 100% intelligence that Iran had. And they claimed that one of the biolabs was being used for termination of senior scientists and politicians and key IRGC figures with chemical resins and agents which were being produced from that lab. Then you see, now the issue is that there is no confirmation whether Iran nuclear program has been decimated entirely or not. And as far as Iran is concerned, they have already passed a resolution in the parliament asking the IAEA to leave Iran immediately. So basically now Iran has an upper hand in terms of going ahead with its nuclear program with the help of North Korea, China, and to some extent Russia. And see, it is now concerning because see, Iran has a multiple variety of rockets and missiles that is it has pointing out towards Israel. So it has no dearth of arsenal in terms of missiles and bombs. So the issue is, how long can Israel sustain? How long can the air defenses be effective? Which we can see that the air defenses have eventually been overwhelmed and have failed, as you can see. So now I certainly believe that what Israel is going to do is it's going to go in for the assassination of the head of Iran, that is Khomeini. He needs to be taken out. That is what Prime Minister Netanyahu has been harping upon from day one. And Russia has been a strong opposer to this proposal. Russia said that will spark a big problem in the Gulf if Khomeini is terminated. So let's see in the coming 48 hours what is going to pan out and how Israel is going to go ahead with its operations against the Iranian regime.
That's right. I hold on there, Major Samarpal Toor, because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. I'll come back to you on the second part that we're telling our viewers about. For the third time in the last hour, Israelis are currently running to shelter due to another missile launch from Iran. As per Israeli media, 3 Israeli civilians are pronounced dead in the scene of these strikes in Beersheba. Okay, so what we see right now is that residential areas are being targeted. We have some reactions coming in. Let's go to that first.
The damage is very big. There are some people that died there, and there are one team that helped there to save some peoples and some traps people. We're heading to Beersheba. The damage is very big. There are some people that died there, and there are one team that helped there to save some peoples and some traps people.
Let's go back to Major Samarpal Toor, who's joining us once more. So what we understand is that Israelis are rushing to shelters as Iran is launching missiles. Major, this also brings a question from me to you, is that how is Iran justifying these ongoing missile strikes against Israel? Is it an internal division within Iran? And why is Iran targeting civilian and residential areas? It's raising huge concerns.
See, Iran, as far as Israel is concerned, its military installations are quite secure, though they have been targeted. A few months back, a factory called Rafael was targeted by the Iranians. That was targeted, and Rafael is a company which makes the air defense rocket systems as well. And since it has been attacked, it has not been able to manufacture any of its rockets again because of the extensive damage done to its assembly line. So you see, the main motive of Iran is to cripple the Israeli economical infrastructure. That is one of the major reasons why their banking buildings, one of the main buildings for banking headquarters, was destroyed. The stock exchange has been destroyed. Then Haifa port has been constantly under attack by the Iranians. So basically, Iran has a limited arsenal in terms of also targeting Israel, and hence it is going to make every barrage count. And as far as the missiles landing into residential areas, you see, that is what has actually happened in Tehran as well, despite the declarations by Israel for the various districts in and around Tehran to be vacated. But you see, there is very limited internet access in Iran, and probably now there is no internet access. Their TV stations have been taken out. So as far as the Western propaganda is concerned, it is not able to reach the Iranian people. And as far as the Starlink facilities are there, they are not being availed because they have not been offered to the people of Iran yet. So it is a big concern. There has been no disruption in the unity of Iran. And you see, when IAEA on the 13th of June in the morning announced that Iran has defaulted in the non-proliferation treaty, that is when 200 fighter jets unannounced entered Iran and bombed all their nuclear sites. So that was the largest and historical provocation by Israel, and I'm sure that with the Americans also assisting the Israelis, the Iranians are going to vent it all out on Israel either ways, because Iran knows that the military might and the technology of the Americans is far greater than any other nation in the world.
Yes.
And so it is no match to going to war with America. It will give them no result. So end of the day, they are going to stick to their offensive operations against Israel, and Israel will be focused upon terminating the top brass of the Iranian regime, so that Reza Pahlavi, the son of the Shah, can rightfully again be reinstated in Iran, which is again unlikely because of the media blackout, because of the media restrictions in Iran. There is very limited support for the Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, who yesterday carried out a press conference and openly asked Khomeini to leave Iran and seek political asylum in some other nation, and that his time is up. So with these provocations and with these statements coming in from both the sides, I do not see the matter dying down immediately. It is going to take time until and unless Israel does a precision strike at Khomeini.
Major Tour, we have a big update coming in, so we'll be coming back to you on this. This is the new update. Now what we know, Iranian state television reported that a ceasefire, I repeat, a ceasefire had begun at 7:30 a.m. local time in its war with Israel, even as Israel warned the public of a new missile barrage launched from Iran. That is right. Now, as these missiles are being launched from Iran and Israel is warning its public about it, and Israelis are taking shelter, we're coming to know that this is the Iranian media, ceasefire began at 7:30 a.m. local time. So this is a new update coming in right now. I repeat, this is a new update coming in right now. Iranian media is now saying ceasefire has begun. And if we have with us our guest, we can go back to Major Tour on this, because this is a new update which will also change how things proceed from here. So Iranian media, Major Tour, is saying that ceasefire has begun, but still we see that Israel is warning citizens to be careful. We see that there are reports coming in of Iran launching missiles. So what exactly is this? Is this a shadow war with some diplomatic cover?
I mean, I have a app on my phone which gives alerts in terms of missiles coming in onto Israel from external threats. And so, as far as I'm concerned, the missile attacks began at 8:45 Indian time, and as we speak, the missile barrages are still continuing. So I really do not know how authentic this declaration is that from 7:30 a.m. a ceasefire has been announced, because as I speak, there has been violation of the same, and missiles are being shot at into Israel as we speak. The last warning that came was at 10:13. So this is a concerning development. And as far as the authenticity and the sincerity behind the ceasefire is concerned, I doubt whether Iranians are really serious about it, or they are up for it after all the damages that they've taken.
All right. Thank you for joining us there, Major Toor. I will be coming back to you and our other guests as we decode what's happening there. I have to really move ahead right now. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. A drone attack has targeted Iraq's Taji military base north of Baghdad. An unidentified drone hit a location in the base. He confirmed that there was no casualties in the attack and stated further details would be announced later. Some local media reports claim the drone targeted a French-made radar system stationed at the base. The base, previously used by the US-led international coalition forces, was handed over to the Iraqi army in 2020. That is right. Now, the drone attack at the military base in Iraq comes after Iran launched multiple missiles targeting US military installations in Qatar and Iraq, including the Al Udeid air base in Qatar, the largest US military installation in the region. All right. Let's move ahead right now. We're coming to know that oil prices likely will be stabilizing near around $65 US as Trump announces Iran-Israel ceasefire. SBI report is saying that crude oil prices are now expected to remain around $65 per barrel after US President Trump announced a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, bringing relief to global markets. According to a recent report by SBI, the price of oil depends heavily on Iran's response to recent tensions in the Middle East. The report laid out 3 possible scenarios, each with a different price impact. Now, with the ceasefire announced, a third scenario of ceasefire with Israel has come into effect, and crude oil prices are likely to stabilize around $65 US. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Rajat is joining us live from our Republic Business Desk. Good morning to you, Rajat. It looks like oil prices will be stabilizing after so-called Trump brokered ceasefire. That's what the SBI report is saying. Just take our viewers through the highlights.
Yes, Shivangi, very good morning to you as well. So as at least the world is having a sigh of relief because the oil prices are somewhat stabilizing at the level that no one imagined. As everyone expected this Israel-Iran war to escalate even further after the US intervention. But now, as Donald Trump announced the ceasefire between Israel and Iran yesterday, the oil market has stabilized. And if I will go and quote some data, early trading in the West Texas Intermediate crude futures for August have fallen by 5% to 65 per barrel today. And Brent crude oil have also fallen by 8%. Now the SBI has come up with a report giving 3 scenarios, and it's saying that the oil prices are likely to stabilize at $65 per barrel in the long term. And they visualize the 3 scenarios in which they said if the Iran would have retaliated very strongly, the oil prices would have gone up to $120 to $130 per barrel. And if the Iran attack was very symbolic, the oil prices would have been hovering around $80 to $90 per barrel. And now the ceasefire is announced, the oil prices are likely to stay at the level of $65 per barrel. And that is a good news because Goldman Sachs and other agencies have predicted that along with the Strait of Hormuz closure and this escalation, the crude oil prices might touch $120 per barrel. And that is not a great news for the world economy because, you know, the oil is something that have a cascading effect on the economy and it percolates down to the every sector. And that is what was everyone jittery about, Shivangi.
All right, thank you for joining us for those details, Rajat. I will be coming back to you for more details and the latest coming in from the world of business. Have to take a short break right now, viewers, but much more coming right up. We'll put our focus on some of the other stories we're tracking, especially Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, and says both nations approach simultaneously for peace.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
Donald Trump makes big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approach simultaneously for peace. Donald Trump's ceasefire claims fall flat. Iran continues to launch missile attacks, 3 Israeli civilians killed. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. IDF says Iranian missiles were fired at southern Israel. Multiple casualties reported. Saudi Arabia condemns Iran for attacking US's Al-Udaid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Countdown begins. A very good morning, viewers. It's 10:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, we begin with some breaking news coming in from Tel Aviv. Sirens and explosions have been reported in Tel Aviv, casting doubt over a proposed ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Remember, US President Donald Trump had made back-to-back announcements of a complete and total ceasefire following Iran's limited missile strike on a US military base in Qatar, a response to American bombings of Iranian nuclear sites. And Iran's foreign minister declared that the country would halt further attacks if and only if Israel stopped its operations by 4 a.m. Tehran time. However, just under an hour after the deadline, Israel reported incoming Iranian missiles in multiple barrages. were reported across Tel Aviv, and as the missiles have struck residential localities, IDF has sounded air raid sirens, and sirens have been sounded across Tel Aviv, and this has urged all the residents to run to safety and also find shelter in bunkers. But what we know is that although Donald Trump claims that there is a ceasefire between Israel and Iran on ground, nothing really is reflecting as far as Trump's claims are concerned. Trump makes big claims about ceasefire, but on ground, Iran continues to batter Tel Aviv with missiles. And what we understand in the latest is that there are air raid sirens that are still being sounded. Now let's move on to more breaking news that's coming in, viewers. Unidentified drones struck radar systems at 2 military bases in Iraq. The strikes come just hours after Iran launched missiles at a U.S. military facility in Qatar, the largest U.S. military facility in the Middle East, in retaliation to the American bombings of Tehran's nuclear facilities. And the first attack hit a radar system at the Taji base north of Baghdad. This is the video that we have for you all, and this is from Iraq. Drone strike at a Taji military base that has been reported soon after Iran launched missiles at a U.S. air base located in Qatar. Now, the focus is on another base located this time around in Iraq. Moving on, viewers, NSA Ajit Doval has called on Chinese foreign minister and a member of the Politburo of the ruling Chinese Communist Party ahead of the SCO summit. They've held talks on various issues. Here's a quick report on that.
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing on Monday. NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. During the meeting, the two leaders discussed the progress in the restoration of bilateral ties between India and China. The two leaders underscored the need to promote overall development of the India-China bilateral relations, including by fostering greater people-to-people ties. Doval also emphasized the need to counter terrorism in all its forms and manifestations to maintain overall peace and stability in the region. The two leaders also exchanged views on the ongoing global conflicts during the meeting.
And 65 Indian nationals from Israel, and the flight has landed at Delhi airport. These are the pictures from the Palam Technical Airport, and we also have reactions of these 165 Indians who have just landed. It's a moment of relief for them because they have been brought back from the conflict zone, which continues to see exchange of missiles. Although Donald Trump claims there is a ceasefire, but Iran continues to bombard residential areas across Israel. And there were several Indians who have been living in the conflict zone. And as part of Operation Sindhu, which is the central government's rescue operation, another 165 Indian nationals from Israel have landed at the Palam airport in the national capital. And these are the pictures of their return. Over the last few days, we've seen multiple flights landing, bringing back Indians who are stranded in the conflict zone. And Operation Sindhu, in this particular batch, has brought back 165 Indian nationals who are stranded in Israel. And the Indian Air Force aircraft has just landed at Delhi's Palam Technical Airport, marking yet another critical evacuation amid escalating tensions in the region. Now, these are visuals coming in from the ground, which clearly show relief and emotion as the passengers disembark the Indian Air Force flight. There you can see that the central government and the IAF officers marking the return of 165 Indians who were stranded. And right now you can see there, it's a sigh of relief for them. There's happiness on their face as they've returned to their motherland safely, all thanks to Operation Sindhu. These are pictures. These are first pictures of the Indian Air Force aircraft that has landed in Palam Airport. There you can see pictures of the Indian nationals who have been rescued from the conflict zone being brought back, and they have landed at the Delhi airport. This is the Palam airport that we are talking about. It was a swift and well-coordinated rescue operation. An Indian Air Force aircraft under Operation Sindhu has successfully brought home 165 Indian nationals stranded in Israel amid rising hostilities in the region. And the special flight landed just moments ago at Delhi's Palam Technical Airport, bringing a wave of relief and also emotional reunions. The families of these 165 Indian nationals are eagerly waiting at the airport, and now they will be repatriated with their loved ones. And these are the visuals coming in from the airport showing exhausted but visibly relieved passengers stepping back onto Indian soil after days of anxiety, days of uncertainty, and all thanks to the quick response by the Indian government. Operation Sindhu, which is yet another example of how India's resolute commitment is to protecting its citizens no matter where they are in the world, be it in Russia or Ukraine war zone, be it in the Middle East. The Indian government is committed to ensure the safety of Indians, and the Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian Air Force worked in close coordination to ensure this safe passage home. And these are pictures that we have from Palam Airport in the national capital. There you can see. Let's listen into some of these passengers who have just disembarked.
भारत से ही इजराइल का हुआ था, और वहाँ की स्थिति को देखते हुए मेरे माताजी, पिताजी, मेरे परिवारजन बड़े भावुक थे, और उन्होंने मुझे चिंता जताई कि भाई तू अपने देश वापस आ जा। लेकिन मैं ये कहूँगा कि इस पूरे मैं कंटिन्यू करूँ क्या? और भारत सरकार ने जिस तरह से एयरफोर्स को भेजा आपको रेस्क्यू करने के लिए, इसके लिए क्या? देखिए, मैं ये कहूँगा कि ऐसा पूर्व भविष्य में कभी मोदी सरकार से पहले नहीं हो पाया, जो कि अब हम देख रहे हैं। जैसे आपने देखा होगा, ईरान से आए और इजराइल से हम यहाँ आए, इसके लिए हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है हमारी गवर्नमेंट का। आप देख ही रहे होंगे कितनी तीव्रता से ये मिशन सिंधु चलाया गया और इजराइल से हमें यहाँ पर लाया गया। और ये दिनांक 22 तारीख को पहली हमारी फ़्लाइट आई थी, जो कल पहुँची होगी यहाँ पर, और कल दिनांक 23 में हमारी दूसरी फ़्लाइट थी, जो आज पहुँची है यहाँ पर। इंडियन एम्बेसी का इतना सहयोग मिला कि हम घरों के अंदर बंद थे, स्थिति भयानक थी, और वहीं पर हम जो है मेल के माध्यम से उनसे जुड़े रहे। वो पल पल की खबरें हमारे से लेते रहे। इंडियन एम्बेसी और इंडियन गवर्नमेंट का इतना अच्छा योगदान रहा हमारे लिए कि हम भयभीत होते हुए भयभीत नहीं रहे। और आभार व्यक्त करते हैं इस हमारी भारतीय सरकार का, आभार व्यक्त करते हैं इंडियन एयरफोर्स का कि हमें इतने अच्छे प्रकार से हमें यहाँ पर लाया गया, हमारे खाने पीने सारी व्यवस्था की गई। हम बहुत आभारी हैं। आप रह रहे थे, वहाँ स्थिति कैसी है, सिचुएशन कैसी है? मैं इसकी कैपिटल में था।
Well, viewers, the mission also speaks about the scale, speed and precision of this evacuation mission. And you just heard one of these passengers who arrived saying that this is a remarkable step by the Indian government. He has thanked the Indian embassy, Indian government, Modi government in particular, saying that this has never been done before by any of the previous governments, and they are thankful that the center is focusing on their safety, and they have ensured that Indians return home without any concern. Now moving on, viewers, protesters gathered in Los Angeles to rally against Iran's government, waving Iranian, US and Israeli flags while expressing support for President Donald Trump. Some even wore hats reading "Make Iran Great Again," echoing a phrase that Trump recently shared on social media amid talk of a potential regime change in Iran. And these are protests that have broken out against Iran in Los Angeles. We've seen protests in New York, we've seen protests in various parts of America, and these are the latest pictures coming in from Los Angeles. There you can see some of the protesters even wearing a hat which echoes a sentiment that Donald Trump has been speaking about over the last couple of days. Donald Trump has taken to his social media post saying that it's time to make Iran great again, echoing a phrase and also hinting at a possible and a potential regime change in Iran if Tehran refuses to stop its attacks and refuses the ceasefire deal. On that note, viewers, will slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about how Iran has violated ceasefire by bombarding some of the residential buildings in southern Israel. Along with that, we'll also tell you about Saudi Arabia condemning Iran for attacking US's Al Udeid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. Stay tuned.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
Back, viewers, Donald Trump has once again taken to his social media and has posted, and I quote, "The ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it." Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, has once again boasted that the ceasefire is now in effect, and he has urged both Iran and Israel not to violate it. This is part of Donald Trump's series of tweets now announcing ceasefire. First, he said a ceasefire deal had been brokered between Israel and Iran. Then he said both the nations came running to me simultaneously asking for peace. Now he says ceasefire is in effect. Don't violate it. This is yet another post put out by US President Donald Trump hours after Iran violated ceasefire and continued to fire missiles on Israel. Meanwhile, viewers, we also have big breaking news coming in. Japan has also welcomed Trump's claim of ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi said, and I quote, "We welcome President Trump's ceasefire announcement and strongly hope it to be implemented," reiterating Tokyo's position on the issue of the West Asia escalation. Hayashi said peace and stability in the Middle East region is extremely important for also Japan. And he also added that we will continue working with the international community, engaging in any diplomatic efforts necessary, and has urged the negotiations to return to the table. Let's listen in.
このような観点から今般のトランプ大統領の停戦の発表を歓迎しており、これが実施に移されていくことを強く期待をいたします。中東地域の平和と安定は我が国にとっても極めて重要であり、国際社会とも連携して我が国として必要なあらゆる外交的努力を引き続き行ってまいります。このような観点から今般のトランプ大統領の停戦の発表を歓迎しており、これが実施に移されていくことを強く期待をいたします。中東地域の平和と安定は我が国にとっても極めて重要であり、国際社会とも連携して我が国として必要なあらゆる外交的努力を引き続き行ってまいります。
On that note, we'll slip into a short break. There's no end to Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims. Another day, another set of tweets put out by Donald Trump announcing truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approached him simultaneously for peace. Along with that, let's also tell you about the ceasefire violation by Iran hours after Donald Trump announced peace in Middle East. Stay tuned for more details.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, Diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel.
Welcome back, viewers. As before, Donald Trump announced a ceasefire. Tehran launched a missile operation targeting U.S. military bases in Qatar and Iraq in retaliation to U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities. And this merely before Donald Trump made that announcement of a so-called ceasefire deal. Here's more.
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot. Allahu Akbar. Madam. لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about Iran violating ceasefire after Donald Trump's announcement.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot. Allahu Akbar. Madam. لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Air sirens can be heard in Tel Aviv as Iran is raining missiles in Israel, and this is coming amidst the so-called ceasefire which has been announced by Donald Trump. All this and much are coming right up, but as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Donald Trump's big ceasefire claim announcement has come in as a truce between Israel and Iran has been declared by Trump, says both nations approached simultaneously for peace. Donald Trump's ceasefire claims fall flat. Iran continues to launch missile attacks. 3 Israeli civilians have been killed. After rejecting Trump's ceasefire claims, Iranian foreign minister says armed forces punished Israel till the last minute at 4 a.m. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says Iranian missiles fired at southern Israel. Saudi Arabia has condemned Iran for attacking the US's Al-Udaid air base, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and airspace. After 7 days, NASA and SpaceX announces June 25th as a new date for Axiom mission liftoff. The director of Val Films Limited has now issued a legal notice and filed a 10 crore compensation claim against Air India viewers. Big update coming in right now. This is following a serious incident while boarding a flight. Air India flight 214 from Kathmandu to Delhi on April 22nd. Now remember that this is a legal notice being sent by Viva Dang. And she's alleging that the airline's negligence led to grievous bodily harm, aggravated injury, permanent health complications, and substantial psychological trauma. 10 crore legal notice slapped on Air India. We'll try to get our viewers more updates on this, but this is the latest coming in as Air India once again finds itself in trouble. This time, legal trouble. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Harsha joining us live from New Delhi. Harsha, Air India slapped with a 10 crore compensation claim. And if you could just take our viewers through what exactly happened, who has raised this issue, and what have they alleged?
So Shivangi, now we have got to know that Air India is under legal trouble, and this from the passenger Vibha Dang. She was traveling with her husband and 2 children, and that is the time in April, Kathmandu to New Delhi flight, when she was not provided wheelchair, she was not provided assistance from Air India, she was not provided any sort of support, and she is a patient. She needs to have all the support which Air India promises to its passengers, and after continuous seeking help from the counter from Air India officials, none came to help them at airport, and this led to the this led to immediate issue at the airport, and they also went on by saying that this is a medical negligence. They didn't comply by what they used to call passenger protocol, which they have to give while the passenger needs wheelchair assistance and other assistance. They also stated that this was psychological trauma, but in the situation where she had to take that board, that airline was a complete problematic situation, because she has to go through a pulmonary trauma as well, that the passenger Vibha Dang had stated. And she has stated that there should be strict action against the pilot and against the crew members of the airlines, and also 10 crore compensation she has sought for the mental trauma, psychological trauma restored by Air India on the passenger. Back to you.
That is right. Well, thank you, Harsha, for getting those details for us. I will be coming back to you as we get more on the story. I really have to move ahead right now to some of the stories we're tracking, and we are moving ahead and waiting for that historic launch. That is right. India's poised for a historic leap. This is the Axiom 4 mission, finally set to launch tomorrow, carrying Indian Air Force pilot Shubhanshu Shukla to the International Space Station. This is the moment which every Indian is waiting for, and is a moment decades in the making. Let's have a look at this report as we get you the top updates.
After 7 delays, the Axiom 4 mission is finally set to launch tomorrow. It marks a new chapter in international space collaboration. The Axiom 4 mission is a fully private space flight, part of a growing shift where commercial players now lead low Earth orbit missions. The mission will carry Indian Air Force Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to the International Space Station, making him the first Indian astronaut to reach the ISS. Shukla will fly alongside veteran American astronaut Peggy Whitson, Hungarian pilot Tibor Kapu, and Polish engineer Slavoj Wisniewski. The Falcon 9 rocket will lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 2:31 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 12:01 p.m. in Indian Standard Time. The crew is expected to dock the International Space Station around 7 a.m. Eastern Time on June 26, approximately 4:30 p.m. Indian Time. During their 2-week mission, the team will conduct more than 60 scientific experiments, including Indian-led studies on microgravity and human health. The mission also focuses on human biology, investigating how prolonged exposure to microgravity impacts muscles, cells, and immune responses. Shukla, a decorated test pilot with over 2,000 flight hours, has undergone intensive training for this mission, representing India's growing presence in space exploration. If successful, this will be the first time in 41 years that an Indian astronaut reaches space since Rakesh Sharma's historic flight in 1984. Tomorrow's launch could mark a turning point as India returns to crewed space missions on a global platform.
Getting some big breaking news coming in right now, viewers, and this time we're learning that Donald Trump has taken to X and posted a new post. The ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. That's what Donald J. Trump is saying, President of the United States. Donald Trump says ceasefire is now in effect. Do not violate it. This is a new update coming in here on Republic TV in terms of what Donald Trump has said. And like we told our viewers, this is coming in just after we saw that Trump has finally made a new message, posted a new message after we saw Iran had launched those missiles towards southern Israel. So US President Trump has said the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran has now come into effect, and has also given a warning that these two enemies in the Middle East should not violate the truce deal after Iran fired many waves of missiles on the Iranian territories. I apologize, on the Israeli territories in last few hours. So we saw that a lot of sirens were sounded in Israel. So we have seen Iran firing many waves of missiles towards the Israeli territories in the last few hours. And I have with us a guest who's joining us right now. Mr. Terry Newman is an Israeli entrepreneur, and he's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Mr. Newman, thank you for joining us on Republic TV. So my first question to you is that you are there in Israel, you are in Tel Aviv. What is really happening there? Because we understand that there were a lot of sirens which were sounded. And we also understand that there has been reports of Iran still violating ceasefire and going ahead and launching missiles towards Israel, especially the southern Israel region.
Yes, well, good morning. It's been a difficult evening and morning. We've had sirens running to the bomb shelter all night and a tragic loss of life this morning. Some of these Iranian ballistic missiles hit a house, direct house in Beersheba, and 4 people have been murdered. This war is coming to a natural end, certainly, or to a natural ceasefire, primarily because the Iranians have lost and they can't fire at the Americans, they can't fire at any of the Gulf countries, and they're limited to what they can do to us. America has now laid a final punch to a lot of their nuclear facilities, as has been discussed. And Israel has really shown who has control of the skies in the Middle East. So Iran is now interested in a ceasefire. I believe that they're arguing that they fired this missile before 7 o'clock. It just took time to land after. I think when you look at these issues, what's important is not who fired the last missile, it's important who actually won the war. And I think it's clear to everybody, whether in the Middle East, whether in the rest of Asia, or whether in the rest of the world, that Israel has shown that it is the military superpower in the Middle East, and that, I hope, will lead to other more positive things. Most importantly, a return to the IMEC, which is why this all started. Hopefully we'll now see the Saudi-Israeli peace agreement, and we will see the linking up of India through the Gulf into Israel and into Europe.
Right. Mr. Newman, we have a lot of breaking updates coming in, but before we go to that, I just want to ask you that do you think that US can seriously enforce a ceasefire? Because Trump has just once again tweeted saying the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. This is the latest message coming in from Donald Trump post the reports of Iranian missiles being launched towards Israel.
Yeah, so I'm following the tweets, and this is certainly, from a historical perspective, it's remarkable to see history unfolding again via tweet. If we relate to this seriously, Israel has 3 main demands. The first is that the Iranian nuclear project is finished and is not renewed. The second is that Iran's ballistic missile arsenal is limited to 1,000 kilometers, or at the moment they've got the 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 kilometer ballistic missiles. They need to be stopped. They're not required for defensive purposes. And the third is that they stop arming their regional terror groups with these weapons. For example, they were giving the Houthis medium-range ballistic missiles that go over 2,000 kilometers. Just to put in perspective, the Egyptian army don't have ballistic missiles with this distance. The Turkish army don't have, but Iran's giving it to terrorist organizations. So those are our 3 demands. America will have to lead this, and I believe that America, together with other leading democracies and even perhaps the non-democracies of the world, China and Russia, may be able to enforce all 3 of these. But in order for that to happen, the mechanisms need to be clear as to how these are policed, how they're enforced, such that this goes from being a ceasefire in which Iran can potentially rebuild its power to an actual peace treaty in which there can be a real change in the way that the Middle East is run, and so we can create a better Middle East. And as I say again, go back to the IMEC, the Indian, Middle Eastern, European Economic Corridor, which is the reason why this war was started. It was started to prevent this vision that your Prime Minister hosted in Delhi on the 10th of September 2023 from being realized. And we have to go back to it and say, no, we are going to connect the leading democracies and the leading pro-Western countries in the world in the greatest economic infrastructure project that humanity has ever done.
Yes, Mr. Newman, I really have to interrupt you there. Really apologize for that. But we're getting some big breaking updates coming in, and this is a new update for our viewers. The Israeli Air Force attacked missile launchers in Western Iran. That is right. And these missile launchers in Western Iran were ready to be launched towards Israeli territory. Air Force aircraft attacked in western Iran in recent hours, destroying missile launchers that were ready to launch as part of the barrage launched towards Israeli territory. So those pictures also coming in right now, viewers. And we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates that we have for our viewers. Okay, we're coming to know that there has been the Home Front Command forces operate at the scene of the crash in Beersheba, where Iranian missile strikes killed at least 4 Israelis. So these are some pictures coming in right now. Rescue operations are being conducted. And if we have a guest back with us, we can go to our guest. But before that, we're getting one more set of breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates we're getting for our viewers. The coming on the report suggests that Iranian missiles targeted Haifa and other areas, other air bases this morning. So back-to-back is coming in right now on Republic TV, where we see that the assault from Iran's side is continuing. I repeat, the assault from Iran's side is continuing. Multiple areas, air bases are being targeted at the same time. We're coming to know that the IDF, Israeli Air Force, striking missile launchers in western Iran that were ready to be launched towards Israeli territory. So back-to-back updates in terms of the assault which has been launched from both the side. And I want to go back to a guest who's joining us once again. We have with us Mr. Terry Newman, who's joining us here, Israeli entrepreneur. I told our viewers about all the breaking updates coming in. You mentioned as well that some civilians have been hurt. That was one of the breaking updates. How is Iran justifying the missile strikes despite Donald Trump announcing a ceasefire? What do you really think is happening there? Is this a shadow war with a diplomatic cover?
Yeah, I mean, it's an excellent question. Again, the Iranians are saying that they fired these missiles before the 7 o'clock time limit came in. They're obviously trying to create some sort of photographic evidence that they survived this. Israel actually has a longer period. We have another 12 hours after them until the ceasefire comes in for us. So you'll be seeing Israel continuing further sorties in Iran. But the overall strategic picture is that Iran is stuck. And so it can only reach out at Israel, only fire at Israel. You saw what it tried to do yesterday. I mean, in Qatar yesterday, they fired a few missiles which was carefully telegraphed and had no impact. It's not important who fires last. What's important is that we remember who won this war. And we have to now enforce a ceasefire, turn it into a peace agreement, which, as I say, will ensure no nuclear facilities or capabilities, no ballistic missiles above 1,000 kilometers, and ceasing all support to terror groups around the Middle East and around the world.
All right. Thank you for joining us there, Mr. Terry Newman, Israeli entrepreneur, joining us here on Republic TV as we decode the evolving situation in West Asia. We have to move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Especially, we'll take a look at what else is happening when we talk about the West Asia conflict. All right, Japanese Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi welcomes Trump's claim of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. He stated that Japan considers the de-escalation of the war-like situation the most important thing. He said that Japan is extremely concerned about any retaliation and continuously hopes that the avenue of dialogue, including talks between America and Iran, will reopen. Stripes of smoke were witnessed this morning in Jerusalem's skyline after the missiles were intercepted. U.S. President Trump made an announcement earlier today stating that Israel and Iran have agreed to a complete and total ceasefire. However, soon after, Iran launched an unlimited missile attack on a U.S. military base in Qatar in retaliation to the American bombing of its nuclear sites. Status of possible ceasefire remains unclear as attacks continue. Qatar Foreign Ministry spokesperson Majid bin Mohammed Al Ansari stated that the Qatar condemns with the most severe words the Iranian missile attack on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. He said that this attack represents a blatant violation of the sovereignty of Qatar and contradicts the principle of good neighborliness. And he also added that the attack represents and violation of international law. He said that the state of Qatar confirms that it holds the right to respond in accordance with the international laws. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro warned that the war between Israel and Iran may escalate. He questioned if the United States feels proud of their history with Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. He firmly stated enough of wars, enough of threats and using force, and enough of using military force to destroy the people. And thousands of protests in Athens over US strikes on Iran nuclear sites and also Israel's attacks in Gaza. In central Athens, protesters were seen holding signs that read, "Hands off Iran." A protester expressed the people have a duty to strengthen the anti-war movement. Another protester stated that there is an escalation drive driven by profit and both the US and Israel seeks greater gains. Israeli military spokesperson Brigadier General Defrin says that the Israel Defense Forces have completed the most extensive wave of attacks it has carried out to date in Tehran. He says as part of the wave of attacks, 50 Air Force fighter jets were used to drop over 100 munitions and attack military targets of the Iranian regime based on high quality and accurate intelligence from Mossad. Stated that the Israel has focused on attacking headquarters and assets of the internal security apparatus of the Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guards. All right, getting some more pictures coming in. So these pictures are shots of the first responders working in Beersheba in the aftermath of Iranian airstrikes. So let's go to what these pictures coming in. A very unfortunate incident when we have seen 4 people have already lost their lives after Iran had targeted and fired missile salvos at Israel. And many people have been injured, especially residential buildings have been destroyed in southern Israel area. You can see those pictures coming in of the destruction, where rescue teams are working to locate survivors in this residential building hit by an Iranian missile. Now, these pictures are coming in from Beersheba in Israel. Rescue teams are combing through the rubble of an apartment building that you can see there that was hit by an Iranian ballistic missile. Emergency services are climbing through this mangled slabs of concrete and twisted metals as they are trying to look for more survivors. These are some of the back-to-back updates we're getting for you here in Republic TV. Remember that this is coming in after Iranian ballistic missiles were targeted towards southern Israel region. So we continue to stay on these pictures which are coming in right now. These are pictures of rescue teams which are working to locate survivors in Beersheba residential building hit by the Iranian missiles. All right, let's move ahead right now, viewers. We see that in a dramatic turn at the UNSC. Pakistan, Russia, China have come together in a rare show of unity to slam U.S. foreign policy under Donald Trump and extend full support to Iran. As tensions in the Middle East spiral in a very dangerous way, close to a full-scale war, these global powers are now demanding an immediate and unconditional ceasefire amid growing fears of a wider regional conflict. Take a look at this report.
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
اطلعوا على السطوح ورا مليان
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯、中国、巴基斯坦已经提出一项安理会决议草案，呼吁立即无条件停火，保护平民，遵守国际法，开展对话谈判。我们期待安理会成员展现责任担当，共同支持该决议草案，推动安理会为维护国际和平与安全履责尽职。
Much more coming right up. We'll put our focus on the other big stories we're tracking, especially Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approach simultaneously for peace. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says Iranian missiles fired at southern Israel. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
विबल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call.
We eat music, we breathe music. Music is our life. And music has also taught that my audience comes from diverse background, different religion, different. I feel I belong to every religion of the world. I feel I belong to every religion of India. So my life is music. So I'm very grateful to God Almighty.
That's amazing.
Very good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. US President Donald Trump has said that the ceasefire between Israel and Iran is right now in effect. That is the big story that we are tracking at this hour. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Donald Trump makes a claim of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, leads both nations to not violate it. Trump's ceasefire claims fall flat. Iran continues missile attacks. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel. Massive destruction in Beersheba, 4 killed. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June as the new date for the Axiom mission liftoff. Big breaking story right now. Israel emergency services say that the death toll in the Beersheba strike has risen to 4. 3 residential buildings have been damaged in the Iranian strike. The direct hit in the largest city in southern Israel comes just days after the city's hospital sustained significant damage in a missile strike. So there have been missile attacks from Iran towards the territory of Israel, and the death toll in a Beersheba strike has risen to 4. So Donald Trump says that a ceasefire between Israel and Iran is now in effect, but Israel says that it has identified multiple missiles launched from Iran, and one of these missiles slammed into a residential building that has now left 4 people dead. So Iranian media also says that Israel launched fresh attacks in Iran's capital Tehran overnight. And since morning, the IDF has been saying that missile attacks from Iran have been continuing. Nick, our colleague, is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Nick, we understand that there's been continuous missile attacks that the IDF has been claiming that Iran has been sending towards the Israeli territory. What is that, what you can see around you? We understand that as far as the Beersheba strike is concerned, there have been people who have been dead. 4 people have died in those strike. Just take us through what is happening there.
Yes, so Israelis are going out, as you can see here behind me. It is still early in the morning, but they are going to the cafes, and it looks like Israelis starting to realize that the ceasefire with Iran is in effect. It started, it actually happening. Although Iran was shooting barrages of rockets until the last minute, and even a bit after 7 a.m., but still, this is unfortunately the culture and the mentality here in the Middle East, especially of the Arab Muslim countries, that they need to show that they were the last ones to give the last shot, that they could continue and they are strong. So this is the message that Iran trying to send with this barrage of rockets on the last minute. But now we understand that Iran actually wants the ceasefire, it wants it to succeed, and now Israel needs to decide that actually it is also for Israel a good timing to end it, because in the last barrage of rockets, as you said before, in Beersheba, at least 4 people dead, and maybe it will be more because there are some people missing. The rescue forces still trying to locate them between all the rubbish and the destroyed building. Unfortunately, even people that were inside of a bomb shelter in Beersheba, they hurt and they were damaged, not just the bomb shelter, but also the people got injured because the Iranian ballistic missiles are so big and strong. And now everybody believes that maybe the ceasefire is starting now. Back to you.
Right, Nick, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in from Israel. Now, Israel has opened its airspace now. And this after Iran's missile strikes. Earlier barrage of Iranian missiles forced Israel to close the country's skies to all passenger planes. Israel's airspace has, however, now been reopened to the incoming flights following a temporary shutdown caused by the Iranian missile strikes, according to the Airports Authority of Israel. So positive the development there. It's seen Israel has opened its airspace now after Iran's missile strikes earlier. Let's go back to Nick, who is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Nick, just take us through about the situation there, because early in the morning, the Israelis woke up to a lot of sirens there, and there were sounds of sirens. There were missiles that were intercepted by the Israeli Defense Forces. But talking about the situation right now, have you been hearing any sirens recently? And what about the people there? How are they reacting to the fact that Donald Trump says that a ceasefire is now in effect?
So actually, the morning in Israel started really early, around 5 a.m., where the first barrages of rockets from Iran, and they continued until 7 in the morning. For about 2 hours, there were countless sirens throughout Israel, and Iran sent rockets to different locations. And the Israelis already understood that this is the way for Iran to end this conflict, because they are used that in the last minute, the terror organizations or terror countries doing that, they are sending their last word. But now I see that Israelis here really relaxed, and many of them already on the streets of Tel Aviv, although it's still morning. And Israelis believe that maybe this is the end of this cycle of violence, but it is not the end of the war of Israel against Hamas. There are still about 50 Israelis kidnapped since the 7th of October, and their families asking now the government to use this agreement with Iran to do a broader peace agreement also with Hamas. So all the captives, all the hostages will return back home. This is elderly, children, women, men, many people that are not part of any conflict. They're just innocent people that have been taken from their homes. Back to you.
Right, Nick, those visuals we can see behind you, a lot of people there on the streets already. Stay with us, we'll just come back to you. And viewers, Tehran, remember, launched earlier a missile strike on the US airbase in Qatar as well. And let's take a look at this report.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam!
And breaking news coming in, the Israeli Air Force attacked missile launchers in western Iran that were ready to be launched towards Israeli territory. Air Force aircraft attacked in western Iran in recent hours, destroying missile launchers that were ready to launch as part of the barrage launch towards the Israeli territory. So basically, IDF saying that a larger attack was possible on Israel, but they were foiled by the strikes on several Iranian ballistic missile launchers. So the Israeli Air Force struck these Iranian ballistic missile launchers that were printed for this for the attack salvos basically on Israel. Let's go back to Nick, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Nick, now the Israeli Defense Forces are saying that they have basically foiled a larger attack because they have fired on missile launchers in the western Iran itself. So it could have been much bigger. The destruction could have been much bigger. But what more details are emerging from Bir Sheba? We understand that 4 people have been killed in that strike. What more details are emerging as far as what are your sources telling you?
Yeah, there are about 30 people that are injured, at least 4 are dead, and maybe several more people are in between the rubble inside of this destructed, almost destroyed building. And it is a hard work for the rescue forces to understand if there are still survivors there, because the building is almost collapsed, and a lot of the rooms and the apartments are ruined, and it is hard to understand exactly how many people were inside of this large building, because there are many apartments there, and you don't know if somebody came to visit his friend or people that don't communicate with other neighborhoods. That's why it's hard for rescue forces to estimate exactly how many people could be there. In another example, in Bat Yam, one the Iranian missile that killed several people, one of those people were found just days after the attack because nobody knew about him. So this is the sad reality here, and the Israelis continue to work and try to rescue the people. And some of the politicians in Israel, like Avigdor Lieberman from the opposition, saying that maybe Israel needs a more precise agreement with Iran to understand exactly what are the conditions, because it is really dangerous to leave an injured lion. In this metaphor, Iran is the lion, because in a few years the war can start again, and then the conditions for Israel could be much worse, because Iran is not leaving its ambitions to develop nuclear weapons. They are not leaving their ambitions to develop more missiles and long-range missiles that not just can hit Israel, but maybe other places in Europe or even the US. And if Iran is not signing an agreement of a complete capitulation, and that they are not doing nothing like that in the future, not developing this kind of weapons in the future, it could be a risk in the future for Israel and other countries. Back to you.
Right, Nick Kolyothin reporting from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for those details. We'll keep coming back to you in the subsequent bulletins for more on that story. And viewers, we'll take a very short break. But coming up ahead, a 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And also,
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and
welcome back, viewers. India is poised for a historic leap. After 7 delays, the Axiom 4 mission is finally set to launch tomorrow, carrying Indian Air Force's Shubhangshu Shukla to the International Space Station. Of course, a proud moment, but decades in the making. Take a look at this report.
After 7 delays, the Axiom 4 mission is finally set to launch tomorrow. It marks a new chapter in international space collaboration. The Axiom 4 mission is a fully private space flight, part of a growing shift where commercial players now lead low Earth orbit missions. The mission will carry Indian Air Force Group Captain Shubhangshu Shukla to the International Space Station, making him the first Indian astronaut to reach the ISS. Shukla will fly alongside veteran American astronaut Peggy Whitson, Hungarian pilot Tibor Kapu, and Polish engineer Slavoj Wisniewski. The Falcon 9 rocket will lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 2:31 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 12:01 p.m. in Indian Standard Time. The crew is expected to dock the International Space Station around 7 a.m. Eastern Time on June 26, approximately 4:30 p.m. Indian Time. During their 2-week mission, the team will conduct more than 60 scientific experiments, including Indian-led studies on microgravity and human health. The mission also focuses on human biology, investigating how prolonged exposure to microgravity impacts muscles, cells, and immune responses. Shukla, a decorated test pilot with over 2,000 flight hours, has undergone intensive training for this mission, representing India's growing presence in space exploration. If successful, this will be the first time in 41 years that an Indian astronaut reaches space since Rakesh Sharma's historic flight in 1984. Tomorrow's launch could mark a turning point as India returns to crewed space missions on a global platform.
Time now to take a break. Coming up ahead, rescue operation underway in Beersheba in Israel after Iranian missiles hit residential buildings there.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
Viewers, let's take a look at news from across the country now. The first flight with the first batch of 161 Indian nationals evacuated from Israel landed in Delhi today. MEA's official spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal stated that the Israel leg of Operation Sindhu began yesterday and the first group of Indian nationals from Jordan will be arriving today in India. The evacuees were received by MOS Pavitra Marghetia at the airports. One Indian national shared that the situation in Israel is not good. He said that he could hear sirens where he was living and see missiles in the sky. He thanked the Indian embassy for bringing him home. As part of Operation Sindhu, 292 Indian nationals were evacuated from Iran on a special flight that arrived in New Delhi from Mashhad at 3:30 a.m. today. MEA spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal shared that a total of 2,295 Indian nationals have now been brought home from Iran. On 23rd of June night, Maoists attacked a road construction site in Joraghat under the Barkagaon police station area of Hazirabad district. Around 30 to 35 armed Maoists attacked the camp of Puja Construction and set fire to 7 vehicles parked there, including 2 JCBs, a water tanker and a generator. After flood-like situation was witnessed in the Baran of Rajasthan, the district administration conducted a rescue operation. Danger arose following continuous rainfall in the region. The State Disaster Response Force has evacuated 29 people and animals there as well. A mock drill of coordination among various departments was held today ahead of the Lord Jagannath Rath Yatra. The mock drill was held at the Integrated Command and Control Centre of the Town Police Station Complex for the orderly and safe completion of the Yatra. And on to some other news now. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval called on Chinese Foreign Minister and also a member of the Politburo of the ruling Congress Chinese Communist Party, Wang Yi, in Beijing on Monday. Remember, NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. Here is a brief report.
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing on Monday. NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. During the meeting, the two leaders discussed the progress in the restoration of bilateral ties between India and China. The two leaders underscored the need to promote overall development of the India-China bilateral relations, including by fostering greater people-to-people ties. Doval also emphasized the need to counter terrorism in all its forms and manifestations to maintain overall peace and stability in the region. The two leaders also exchanged views on the ongoing global conflicts during the meeting.
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, unidentified drones struck radar systems at two military bases in Iraq. Also, protesters have rallied in Los Angeles against the Iranian regime. Details on those two big stories and much more after a short break. Stay with us.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Just a while back, Donald Trump said that the ceasefire is in full effect. This after Iran launched salvo at Israel earlier today. We'll get you more updates on that, but first up, as always, the headlines. Donald Trump makes claims of ceasefire between Israel and Iran, pleads both the nations to not violate it. Trump's ceasefire claims falls flat. Iran continues missile attacks. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel. Massive destruction in Beersheba. 4 people have been killed. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims grievous injuries during the travel. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for Axiom-4 mission liftoff. We have breaking news coming in as far as Israel-Iran ceasefire is concerned. This is in fact a statement that has come from the Israeli Prime Minister. He has said that Israel accepts ceasefire, and the Prime Minister also said that Israel has accepted the ceasefire with Iran and that it has achieved war goals against Iran. Israel says that it has agreed to Trump's proposal for bilateral ceasefire with Iran. So this is in fact the statement that has come from the Prime Minister. He said that Israel government has achieved all the objectives in Operation Rising Lion. Remember, this was the name that they had given as far as their attack on Iran is concerned. So their objectives have been achieved, including full air superiority over Tehran, the elimination of senior military leaders, and the destruction of Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities. And they have agreed to the ceasefire initiated by Donald Trump earlier in the day. Donald Trump has said that both the nations will be in fact having ceasefire. After that, we saw salvos launched by Iran. Now Iran has also agreed to ceasefire, and so has Israel as far as this conflict is concerned. Let me go across to Director of International Relations, Ariella Rosenthal, who is from the Ashdod municipality. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now it appears that both the countries, Iran and Israel, they have agreed to the ceasefire, but this is coming hours after Donald Trump in fact said that there should be a ceasefire. After that, we saw attack from Iran on Israel. Several buildings have been damaged. 4 people have lost their life, but finally both the nations are saying that they have agreed. How do you assess this?
Well, Israel says that it has achieved all the objectives of the operations, hence the dual immediate existential threat on the state of Israel, the nuclear and ballistic missiles. But, you know, unfortunately, Israel has a long history with the terrorist regimes in the Middle East. If it's Iran, it's the Hamas. And we know that ceasefire is very fragile until it becomes a long truce. So as we saw this morning that there will be an immediate ceasefire, there were missiles attacks on the state of Israel in which 4 civilians were killed and lots of devastation in cities around Israel. So Israel has still the right, if any violation of the ceasefire will be enhanced, to of course continue what it has done until now. It will of course respond forcefully if so.
Read that, yaar. Absolutely, and in fact what we're learning is that he has said that all the objectives under Operation Rising Lion have been achieved. As you also mentioned, there were several objectives such as full air superiority over Tehran, elimination of senior military leaders, and the focus was on the destruction of Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities, and that was in fact also the focus of the United States. I request Ariala to stay with us. In fact, this is as far as Israel's statement is concerned. They have claimed victory as far as their Rising Lion operation is concerned. Now they have agreed to the ceasefire, but objectives, as you also rightly mentioned, they have been achieved by both the nations. And the most important is the nuclear facilities being destroyed in the last few days.
Yes, so we truly hope that the truce that was announced by Israel and the ceasefire about Israel and Iran will hold. But it's, as I told you, it's not even past 6 hours from the morning when it was obeyed that there will actually be it will be a full ceasefire. So we will wait and we'll see how things will happen. We are still in the Middle East. We are still dealing here with a terrorist regime that always is very, very sly and knows exactly how to speak to the West and actually to continue to develop nuclear munition and weapons and so on. So instead of speaking, I think that the facts on the ground will at the end be what we can obey with.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. In fact, another breaking news that we are getting right now is that Israel has opened the airspace now after Iran's missile strike earlier today. Earlier, barrage of Iranian missiles had forced Israel to close the country's sky to all passenger planes. Israel airspace has now been reopened to the incoming flight following a temporary shutdown caused by the Iranian missile strike. And this is what we can see on the flight radar as well. So, Ariala, can we say that now the threat is gone? Because you also belong to Israel. What are the people there saying? Is the threat, has the threat in fact subsided?
No, we are not so sure. I think it's very early to know if it has succeeded or not. I'm of course not sitting in the parliament and I'm not sitting in the cabinet of the state of Israel. And I really can it's a real feeling of mine. But we don't know. It's really too soon. And, hopefully in the near future, we will know that if it succeeded or not. We must remember that we are dealing here with a poisonous snake that knows exactly how to speak duly, on the one hand, to its people and to the proxies, and on the other hand, how to negotiate with the Western countries. So I think it's still soon to be very, happy and think that we are finished the threat of the regime on the state of Israel. We must remember that we still have the Hamas and we still have hostages in Israel, in the Gaza Strip, that we are waiting for them to be released unconditionally. So they are a proxy of Iran. So if Iran is really sincere with the ceasefire and with what it conveys and says to the West and to Israel, then it must immediately release the hostages in Gaza.
Absolutely. In fact, stay on with us. We have another breaking news coming in. What we're learning is that last night, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu convened a security cabinet together with the Ministry of Defense, the IDF Chief of Staff and the head of Mossad to report that Israel has achieved, as we've been reporting, all the objectives of Operation Rising Lion. And so far, Israel has eliminated an immediate existential dual threat both in the nuclear domain and the area of ballistic missiles as well. So, as Israel has been saying, that objectives under Operation Lion has been achieved. We have in fact more breaking news coming in, getting you the latest visuals of the aftermath of Iranian missile strike on Iran. Israel, in fact, on your screens, you can see damaged residential building infrastructure. They're completely in rubble. These are the visuals from Beersheba, which is in Israel. Remember, in the last more than 1 week, there have been multiple attacks here on the hospital, daycare center. And now, after Donald Trump announced ceasefire last night, there was another attack by Iran on this residential area of Beersheba. You can see several buildings completely there in rubble. Rescue operation is underway to bring people out of that rubble that we can see on the screen. The rescue operation teams they are at the spot and carrying out this operation right there. But very concerning visuals coming in from Israel. What we're learning is that 4 people have lost their life in this attack, but now Israel says that there has been ceasefire and they are expecting no more such strikes coming in from Iran. Ariella, I want to bring you in. Now, US says that there is a ceasefire. Ceasefire has come into effect. Israel says that yes, there is a ceasefire now. All the objectives under Operation Rising Lion has been achieved. But on the other hand, we are seeing that Iran foreign minister is saying that there's some confusion. They are not very sure about the ceasefire there. So right now also confusion swirls over the precise details of the ceasefire. There are divided in fact versions coming in from both the nations. How do you see this?
Well, as a citizen of the state of Israel, and bombardment on the cities and on residential areas that are not military targets, there are residential citizens who live in Israel where their houses have been bombarded, lots of devastation, and of course lots of lives have been taken. They're not loss of lives, they've been deliberately killed by the Iranian regime. So we of course continue. You have seen that the IDF has informed the citizens of State of Israel by the Home Front Command to continue to strictly adhere the restrictions and the guidelines for the situation. We are still in alert. That means that we are still in emergency guidelines. So we're taking very much hazardous restrictions in order for people to save their lives. So we are waiting, and hopefully in a couple of hours and days to see how things will occur. But as I must say, Iran is still deliberately targeting civilians, mosques, houses, hospitals, people, elderly people. What have the elderly people done to them? These are questions that are not acceptable. And terror is terror. It must be deliberate. And for a citizen of Israel, I really am sure that my country, if there will continue to be violation, that there will not be a ceasefire. We must, at the end, survive and not be bounced around by other countries, because my government, at the end, must keep after its citizens and the survival of the State of Israel.
Absolutely. In fact, there are reports which are suggesting that Iranian missiles also targeted Haifa and Ramat David air bases. this morning. So we've been seeing attacks as far as Iran on Israel are concerned. So Irala, I want to bring you in. Do you think even if Iran says yes to the ceasefire, they will abide by it? Because after Donald Trump announced the ceasefire last night, we saw that residential buildings were destroyed, civilians were attacked in Israel. So do you think after all this and after saying yes to the ceasefire, Iran will abide by it? Do you have that trust factor in the nation?
Ideology, and we are very, very familiar with the history of the terror regime in Iran. So this is not new for us. We unfortunately live in a surrounding where we have the Hezbollah, where we have the Houthis, we have and the Hamas, the proxies of Iran. We are very well familiar with how they operate. So we are very, very suspicious. We have full understanding of Trump and its administration that have helped the state of Israel, but at the end, it's only my country, my government that took into account that there's a survival threat on the state of Israel, and he will only act in the favor of our country. That means that we understand the wonderful words and rhetoric of Iran, the terrorist regime, but at the end, we will cut the head of the snake. So we are now in a very fragile, how you call ceasefire, but any violation, I'm sure that my country will know how to operate.
Absolutely. So remains to be seen how it pans out in the next 24 hours, even though both the nations have said yes to the ceasefire. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now, let's tell you more about the attack on Israel. The location is Beersheba, where, remember, we've been telling you that the residential building has been attacked. 4 people have lost their life, and these are the visuals of the rescue operation that you can see on the screen. Home Front Command Forces operate at the scene of the crash in Beersheba, where Iranian missile strikes and it has killed 4 Israelis there. And all this after, in fact, few minutes after Donald Trump announced that both the nations have agreed to a ceasefire. After that, we've been seeing these visuals, very concerning one coming in from Israel. You can see that those buildings have been completely damaged. There is a possibility that there could be few people under those rubble as well, and that is why you can see that the rescue operation teams, the Home Front Command forces are there at the spot, and the rescue operation is underway. In fact, Iran launched a missile operation targeting US military bases in Qatar and Iraq in retaliation to US strikes on its nuclear facilities. And this merely hours after Donald Trump announced the success of so-called ceasefire deal. Have a look.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
Few more details on the conflict. Japanese chief cabinet secretary has welcomed Trump's claim of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. He stated that Japan considers that the de-escalation of the war-like situation is the most important thing. He also went on to state that Japan is extremely concerned about retaliation and continuously hopes that the event of the dialogue, including talks between America and Iran, will reopen. Smoke was witnessed this morning in Jerusalem's skyline after missiles were intercepted. President Donald Trump has made an announcement earlier today stating that Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and total ceasefire. However, soon after, Iran launched a limited missile attack on US military base in Qatar in retaliation to American bombing of the nuclear site. The status of a possible ceasefire remains unclear as the attacks continue. Qatar Foreign Minister spokesperson, in fact, has stated that it condemns with the most severe words the Iranian missile attack on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. He stated that this attack represents a blatant violation of the sovereignty of Qatar and contradicts the principle of good neighborliness. Now, he also stated that attack represents a violation of the international law and said that the state of Qatar confirms the right to respond. Venezuelan president has warned that the war between Iran and Israel may escalate. He also questioned if the United States feel proud of their history with Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan and Libya. He firmly, in fact, stated that enough of war, enough of threats of using force and enough of using military force to destroy people. Thousands are protesting in Athens over US strikes on Iran nuclear sites and also Israel's attack in Gaza. In central part of the country, protesters were seen holding signs that read "Hands off Iran." A protester also expressed that people have a duty to strengthen the anti-war movement. Another protester stated that there's an escalation driven by profit and both the United States and Israel seek greater gains in this. Israeli military spokesperson has said that Israel Defense Forces IDF has completed the most extensive waves of attack it carried out to date in Tehran. He said that as a part of the waves of attack, 50 Air Force fighter jets were used to drop over 100 ammunition and attack military targets of the Iranian regime. Now, based on the reportage that has come and high quality, accurate intelligence from Mossad, he also said that Israeli are focusing on attacking headquarters and assets of the internal security apparatus of Iranian regime. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, unidentified drones have struck the radar system at 2 military bases in Iraq. Details on the other side. We'll also tell you about how protesters rallied in LA against Iranian regime. We will get you details on these stories and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter.
The first flight with the first batch of 161 Indian nationals from Israel landed in the national capital today. MEA official spokesperson Randeep Jaiswal has stated that Israel leg of Operation Sindhu began yesterday and the first group of Indian nationals from Jordan will be arriving in India today. The evacuees were received by MOS of India at the airport, and one Indian national shared that the situation in Israel is not good. He said that he could hear sirens when he was where he was living and see missiles in the sky as well. He also thanked the Indian embassy for bringing him home. As part of Operation Sindhu, 292 Indian nationals were brought back from Iran on a special flight that arrived in the national capital from Mashhad at 3:30 a.m. today. MEA official spokespersons shared that a total of 2,295 Indian nationals have now been brought back home from Iran. On June 23rd night, Maoists attacked the road construction in one of the areas in Hazaribagh district. Around 30 to 35 armed Maoists attacked the camp of Puja Construction and set fire to 7 vehicles parked there, including 2 JCBs, a water tanker and a generator. After a flood-like situation was witnessed in Baran of Rajasthan, the district administration has conducted a rescue operation. Danger arose following continuous rainfall in the region. The state disaster response force have evacuated 29 people and 2,450 sheep. A mock drill of coordination among various departments was held today ahead of Lord Jagannath Rath Yatra in Odisha. The mock drill was held at the Integrated Command and Control Center of the town police station complex for the orderly and safe completion of this very crucial yatra. Gautam Adani, chairman of Adani Group, addressed the annual general meeting of Adani Group today. While speaking during the event, Adani said that the Adani defense delivered when Operation Sindhu called. Our drones became the eye in the sky as well as the swords of the attack, and our anti-drone systems helped protect the forces and the citizens of the country.
The world around us has changed dramatically over the past 12 months. Over 60 nations went to the polls. Borders were redrawn, alliances tested, and economies shaken. In the Middle East, war continued to cast shadows on energy and logistics. In Europe, economic confidence stumbled. The United States had its own challenges. And yet, in the middle of all this noise, India stood apart and grew faster than any other major nation.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, unidentified drone struck radar system at 2 military bases in Iraq. We'll also tell you about protesters in LA which rallied against Iranian regime. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot. Allahu Akbar. Madam! لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot. Allahu Akbar. Madam!
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Israel accepts Trump brokered ceasefire agreement, says Operation Rising Lion is a success. Donald Trump makes claim of ceasefire between Israel and Iran, pleads both nations to not violate. Trump's ceasefire claims fall flat. Iran continues missile attacks. Israel Defense Force claims strikes in southern Israel, massive destruction in Beersheba, 4 killed. $10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as new date for Axiom mission liftoff. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Netanyahu says Israel accepts ceasefire. That is right. Big update coming in. Israeli PM Netanyahu said that Israel has accepted the ceasefire with Iran. It has achieved more goals against Iran. Israel says agreed to Trump proposal for bilateral ceasefire with Iran. Israel's government says it has achieved all objectives in Operation Rising Lion, including full air superiority over Tehran, elimination of senior military leaders, and the destruction of Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities, and has agreed to the ceasefire initiation by Trump. That is right. Big update coming in right now, viewers. Netanyahu says that Israel has gone ahead and accepted the ceasefire. Huge update. This is coming in after Trump has brokered ceasefire and call with Netanyahu, and Israel has accepted the truce deal. Netanyahu has also thanked Trump. Israel has officially accepted America's ceasefire proposal with Iran. Prime Minister Netanyahu is saying that the country was able to successfully end the Iranian nuclear threat and thanking US President Trump for his help. Back-to-back updates coming in here, Republic TV viewers, and as we keep getting more updates, Israel has officially accepted a ceasefire proposal with Iran. That is right. And we're joined right now by our Major General G.D. Bakshi is joining us. Thank you for joining us, Major General. And this is, we had the story has taken so many turns, but I want you to put this entire story in perspective for our viewers. We saw Trump brokering a deal, then we saw Iran firing missiles at Israel, and now we see that Israel has accepted a ceasefire, but not without missiles being fired just after Trump declared a ceasefire.
Look, any ceasefire to come into effect, including the one that took place, not really a ceasefire, but a pause in operations in Op Sindhu. The first, it took 2 days to get that ceasefire in place. So that happens in ceasefires. There is a stabilization period in which it firms in. But I think both sides, this is a win-win for all sides in the conflict. Therefore, all sides are exhausted, especially Iran and Israel. It is Iran which has suffered more, but even Israel has suffered substantially economic losses, infrastructure losses, which cannot continue. They need also a period of consolidation. They have, as Netanyahu very rightly said, they have achieved their aims. Their aims were twofold. The first aim was, which was agreed to by the United States, that Iran cannot have nuclear capabilities and we will degrade, destroy Iran's nascent nuclear capability. With the help of America, that has been done. It could not have been done without America's help. America has said that was our only aim. Israel then added regime change. If you go in for regime change, you have to put boots on the ground. You can't do it by air power alone, right? And as long as that was the aim, then there could have been no ceasefire, because Iran would have felt threatened in a very serious manner. So they would have continued to fire their missiles. They had about 4,000 total missiles. they were firing about, they had started with 200 missiles a day, came down to 100, then 70, then 50, and then 25 per day. At 25 per day, they could have continued on for 3 to 6 months more. The serious question was, did anybody want an escalation in the Middle East? Did anybody want an open-ended war in the Middle East? Did anybody want closure of the Straits of Hormuz? Did anybody want the price of oil to go up to 120 barrels and more dollars a barrel and more? Well, the answer was no one wanted it. Neither Iran, Israel, neither America, nor the rest of the world. It hurts everybody, including India, China, Japan, who would suffer if the price of oil rose. The only country that would gain would be Russia. Did the United States want that? No. Therefore, it is a win-win for all sides, and that is why a ceasefire has come in. Israel has openly accepted at the prime ministerial level, and I think it is very prudent, very wise strategy on the part of Iran to accept a ceasefire now. They have no air defense capability left. If this kind of war continues, well, they would be able to inflict damage on Israel, but they would suffer disproportionate damage in return. And if America joined in, they would suffer devastation. So they have betted on regime survival. They have betted on taking off about 5 to 6 months of cooling time. There is some speculation that they were able to take out the 408 kgs of uranium from Fodro before it was hit. Where it is, nobody seems to know. So if that is so, then one strategy could be that Iran goes for 5 to 6 months of peace and quiet, in which it tries to rebuild its air defense capability, and if, that is the big if it wants to continue with the nuclear program in a subterranean, opaque kind of a way.
Right.
For the time being, we hope there is peace in the Middle East.
Right.
It serves the world, it serves the interest of all.
All right, I'm glad you brought up Iran's nuclear capabilities, and even though the key sites were absolutely destroyed after those strikes we saw over the weekend, do you think, Major General, that Iran will be emboldened to keep developing its nuclear capabilities, or will Iran try to renegotiate it or even completely stop? Do you think Iran will continue on its nuclear path?
Well, because of the fierce kind of attack on Iran, if Iran comes to the conclusion that, like North Korea, I will be safe only if I have nuclear capability, then I'm afraid its quest for the bomb will continue, because its quest for the bomb is the quest for its ultimate security. It has seen how without a bomb it has been pommeled black and blue. At the same time, it realizes that the intelligence capabilities of the United States and Israel combined, any such attempt would be found out and would possibly draw more such conflict directed at Iran and the destruction of its nuclear program. One scenario is that every 4 to 5 years there will be a round like this of bloodletting when Iran regenerates its nuclear capability. Israel and the United States find it out and they go for it. And they go for it to degrade it again and again. Right? That could be a pattern. If you want to be an incorrigible optimist, then they would say, okay, I think all sides have slugged it out, they are tired, they are exhausted, and we will have a period of peace and quiet, which the world needs, which the region needs, which both Israel and Iran need desperately.
Right. Right. Okay, Major General, I really want you to hold on with us, because we're getting some big breaking updates coming in. I want our viewers to have a look at these pictures. We'll put them on the screen right now. Getting your latest visuals of the aftermath of the Iranian missile striking Israel. On your screen, you can see damaged residential buildings, infrastructure in rubble, absolutely in rubble. We put those pictures out right now on Republic TV, where we see that the south of Israel specifically has been hit by missiles, and many civilian residential buildings have also been hit. Those pictures are coming in from Beersheba in Israel. Residential buildings are completely destroyed. By the way, these are live pictures that we're getting for you here on Republic TV as the rescue operations are continuing. You see rescue teams looking through rubble, looking for survivors. And this is coming just after we have seen PM Netanyahu has said Israel has agreed to the bilateral ceasefire with Iran in coordination with President Donald Trump. Multiple residential buildings are absolutely destroyed and damaged there. We see that Israel police said that the barrage of missiles damaged at least 3 buildings in Beersheba, and shells of burned out cars littered the streets. Broken glass, rubble covered this area. I want to go back to Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us once again. We see that earlier Israel had told its citizens to look for shelters, go to safe rooms. But the bigger question right now I would like to put to you that why is Iran, and we have seen this earlier as well, Iran has targeted many civilian areas, residential areas, many people have lost their life. Do you see this continuing, or will this play out like a shadow war behind diplomatic cover? Major General.
I do not think it is to any strategic advantage to Iran to continue the fight in this situation when a ceasefire and an off-ramp has been offered by Donald Trump, accepted by Israel. You know, so far Iran was saying, let Israel stop and we will stop, right? Israel has said it is stopping. So I see no incentive, no reason for Iran to continue the fighting. It will not be good for Iran because it is at the receiving end. Its air defenses have been blasted, a lot of its top leadership killed, its nuclear program has been given a huge setback, right? So to this extent, Iran would need some period of peace, quiet and consolidation. It has to consolidate, it has to rebuild its air defenses, and it has to decide whether it wants to go in for a nuclear program. And you know, in the Majlis, a resolution was introduced that Iran should now withdraw from the nuclear non-proliferation treaty because the protections and safeguard afforded to it under the treaty for its civilian nuclear program have been violated, right? And to that extent, it can say that I need off-ramp. I mean, I don't want to go in for this thing, but they left that decision to the Supreme Council. They have left it open-ended because if they say they are going in for the nuclear program, the American and the Israeli strikes will start all over again. That does not serve the interests of Iran at this juncture. In fact, it is a welcome thing for Iran, for Israel, for America, for the region, for the whole world if peace and quiet prevails. Nobody wanted an open war, not even the United States, especially the United States. Donald Trump's grand strategy has been that he would seek a period of quiet, peace and quiet and reconsolidation. That is why he had said he would stop the war in Russia-Ukraine. It was not my war, it was Biden's war. That is why he had said he'd get peace in the Middle East. Then he seems to have realized down the line that peace in the Middle East was not possible till Israel felt it was secure enough. And to that extent, he has gone on with Israel and taken out the nuclear capability or degraded the nuclear capability of Iran, set it back by at least a couple of months, if not years, right? So it remains to be seen whether this peace will hold. We hope it will. It will be good for the world and for all concerned.
Right. Major General, I really want you to hold on with us because we're getting some breaking updates coming in. There's one more update we're getting for our viewers. Let's go to the big breaking. Israeli Finance Minister has made a statement after the ceasefire with Iran. He's saying now we complete the task in Gaza following the announcement of a ceasefire with Tehran. Finance Minister there of Israel has said that now the focus would be shifting to Gaza. And this is coming in as we see that Israel has spoken about its crushing victory, which he says has resulted in the removal of an immediate existential threat. That is right. Okay. I want to go back to Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us here. It's very interesting what the Israel finance minister has said. He is saying that now the entire focus will shift to Gaza. So now that Israel has confronted Iran, and now their focus will again go back to Gaza, how will Israel's military strategy now change post Israel's conflict with Iran, and now that the focus will go back to Gaza? Major General.
You know, Israel's strategy has always been that whenever it is confronted with multiple enemies, multiple antagonists, attackers, it, prioritizes. It picks up the most dangerous target, deals with it first, destroys it, then goes to the number 2, then goes to the number 3. That is precisely what it did in this war. It hit Hamas very hard. Then it switched to Hezbollah, almost wiped out its leadership, top leadership, imposed heavy attrition on it, command and control attrition, equipment attrition, rockets and missiles were destroyed, capability to hit was absolutely neutralized. Then with the help of the Americans, it turned to the Houthis. The heavy lifting against the Houthis was done by the United States in a 7-week-long air campaign. 7-week-long air campaign with B-52 bombers, everything thrown in, their 3 aircraft carrier battle groups thrown in. Now the stage was set for Israel to take on the head of the octopus. It had cut off the arms of the octopus, it went for the head in Iran, right? And in going for the head, its immediate aim set was decapitation of Iran's nuclear capabilities, defanging of Iran's nuclear capabilities, decimation, destruction was the aim. We have yet to see whether destruction has been achieved or severe damage has been achieved. Severe damage means it could be revived some years down the line. Destruction means it is kaput. So I don't think kaput has happened, but we are waiting the bomb damage assessment. Now the simple fact is that Israel is now focusing on, it has said, it has accepted the ceasefire which has been enforced by Donald Trump. There is no way that Israel at this stage can defy Donald Trump's diktat. Donald Trump has gone out of the way to support Israel, and I don't think Netanyahu will at all want to endanger that support. Israel has achieved its military aims. It has destroyed all the 3 proxies of Iran. It has hit Iran itself, hit it very hard, decapacitated its leadership, destroyed or degraded the nuclear program to a very major degree, and it has also hit the domestic oil production of Iran. It was trying for regime change, but that has been stopped.
Yes.
That has been stopped. So Iran has also managed to survive. You know, they say an insurgent wins if he does not lose. Iran is the insurgent in this case. Iran is the revisionist power trying to alter the status quo, and it has managed to survive. An assault, combined assault by America and Israel, to that extent it can go back to its people and say, look, we stood up to America, we stood up to the combined might of Israel and America, and we have proved that we are no pushover.
Yes.
We have proved that Iran is a military power to reckon with in the military East kind of a thing. That is the narrative they will sell to their people, and also try and sell to their proxies. They have tried to keep their fighting image intact, and to that extent they have still managed to survive. It would be prudent on the part of Iran not to violate this ceasefire for at least 5-6 months, because otherwise it could suffer out of proportion to whatever pain it is able to inflict on Israel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for that analysis, detailed analysis that you have given to our viewers. That was Major General J.D. Bakshi in Republic TV. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next breaking update for our viewers. We're coming to know that Qatar sent a letter to UN Secretary General on Iran's attack on the air base, the Al Udeid air base. In the letter addressed, Qatar informed the members of the Security Council and the Secretary General of an extremely dangerous escalation that represents a blatant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the state of Qatar, posing a direct threat to regional peace and security. Back-to-back updates coming in here in Republic TV viewers, and what we see is that Qatar sends a letter and seeks action. And viewers, getting some more updates coming in from across the nation now. In a major police operation at the Delhi-Haryana border, 22-year-old wanted gangster Romil Vora was shot dead in an early morning encounter. Vora had a long list of charges against him, including multiple murders. His report, viewers, take a look.
An encounter was successfully carried out by the Haryana police and the Delhi Special Cell, leading to the killing of a most wanted gangster. Acting on a tip-off, the joint police team cordoned off an area near the Delhi-Haryana border. As they closed in, accused Vora reportedly opened fire, and the police fired back. He was critically injured in the exchange and later died at the hospital. 2 officers also sustained injuries during the gunfight. 22-year-old Romil Vora was one of the members of the Kala Rana Noni Rana gang. He was the main accused in at least 4 murders, including a recent killing in Yamunanagar in Haryana. He had a 2 lakh rupees bounty on his head and was linked to a 2024 triple murder, facing charges of extortion, armed robbery and more across the state.
ये मंडी गांव का ये पूरा जंगल का एरिया है जहां पे जब मुठभेड़ होती है, जब पुलिस को ये इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है, जब हरियाणा एसटीएफ की बात करें या दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल जो इंटेलिजेंस टीम है, जब उनको जानकारी मिलती है कि इस इलाकों में, इन्हीं इलाकों में रोमिल वोहरा की मौजूदगी है और उनकी तरफ से जब सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया जाता है तो इन जंगलों में वो छुपने की ज़रूर कोशिश करता है, लेकिन सारी कोशिशें उसकी नाकाम हो जाती है और मुठभेड़ के दौरान रोमिल वोहरा को मार गिराया जाता है। यानी जो भी पुलिस प्रशासन की टीम है, एसटीएफ की टीम है या इंटेलिजेंस की टीम है, केवल उनकी ही गाड़ियों को अंदर जाने दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि और कई सुराग जो है वो भी अब जो है इस एनकाउंटर के बाद सुराग मिलेंगे कि आखिर मंडी गांव में रोमिल वोहरा क्या कर रहा था, किससे मिलने आया था, क्या उसके सदस्य, उसके गैंग के कोई और सदस्य भी यहाँ रहते हैं। इन तमाम कड़ियों पर जो है वो टीम जांच करेगी।
Viewers, which are coming up, we will talk more about the story, especially the 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as a new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal, give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, The bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail, civilians must be protected, safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
Tell me about your first solo stage performance. How old were you?
I don't know how you got this picture. I was 6 years old, wearing topi and cap.
Yeah.
And I was pushed on the stage.
Who was there with you?
He was a fun patron of music and he was a political figure of Gwalior. So that was my
Was your father there?
My father was not there. And he sent me. So this is the confidence that
you were 6 years old?
This is the Indian gurus. They have so much confidence. And it was a part of my training. How to face the stage, how to face the audience, and what to do on the stage. So it's an educational situation, it's an educational journey.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking this Tuesday with me, Oyona Mitra. Just a while back, viewers, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that his country has accepted the ceasefire deal. But how the situation will exactly pan out in the Middle East is something that we are tracking very, very closely. So that and a lot more for you. But first, the headlines at 1 p.m. Hours after ceasefire violation in the Middle East, Netanyahu announces that Israel has accepted a truce deal in its conflict with Iran. Donald Trump makes claim of ceasefire between Israel and Iran, pleads both nations to not violate. Israeli Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel, massive destruction in Beersheba, at least 4 people killed.
Explosions heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualties reported. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 days, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for the Axiom mission liftoff. And we start with some breaking news coming in. This is Israel's statement that has been released just a while back. Israel has declared the successful completion of Operation Rising Lion, which targeted and neutralized Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities as well as its military infrastructure. Now, the IDF has released a detailed statement saying that the operation achieved complete air control over Tehran, inflicted significant damage to Iran's leadership and destroyed key government and military sites, including eliminating hundreds of Basij operatives and a senior nuclear scientist. Israel, in fact, has gone on to express gratitude to the United States for its support during Operation Rising Lion, and particularly President Trump, and agreed to a bilateral ceasefire with a strong warning of a forceful response in the event of any violations by Iran. That is the big breaking news at the moment, viewers. This is a statement that has been released by Israel in the aftermath of an agreement to a ceasefire deal in the West Asia conflict. And Netanyahu has made it very categorically clear that Israel has achieved all its objectives during Operation Rising Lion, and even far beyond that, in fact. And Israel has, in fact, gone on to say that they have removed a dual immediate existential threat in Iran, both in the nuclear domain and in the ballistic missile domain. This is the first confirmation that we are getting in from Israel that they've agreed to a ceasefire, that a truce deal is in place, and that we have all the objectives, the military objectives of Israel that have now been achieved. And joining me live is retired Major General G.G. Dwivedi. He's a defense expert. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV this afternoon. Straight up, sir, what is your assessment of the situation? And very clearly, even though Israel has said that their military objectives have been achieved, can we really expect to believe that this ceasefire deal will be in place henceforth?
Well, I know, after all, the military campaigns are fought with certain very clear-cut aims and objectives. And in this case, Israel started the Operation Rising Lion with very clearly stated objectives, that is to cripple Iranian nuclear capacity and also to degrade their military potential. And, well, there were the political aims, which is not come out clearly. Political aims generally are very hazy, possibly a regime change. But I think that was not really on the table right at the moment. So if we see this two very important military objectives, I think Israel has achieved to a large extent, because after all, war is two-sided and it's not a one-way street. And to that extent, Israel has been able to hit their nuclear installations, degrade the capacity, and heavy damage has been caused to the military potential of the Iranians. They lost about 20 very senior generals of the Araghchi. And not to forget the American role. The American did come in on 22nd and finished whatever left in the leftover agenda was there as far as the nuclear installations are concerned. So on the Iranian side also, we need to also give them certain amount of credit. They have stood up, they have fought for 12 days, they have caused considerable damage to the Israelis, especially in infrastructure and the civilian population. So when we see that the wars always, they start when the negotiations get deadlocked, and they again, negotiation process start when the two sides so claim that they have achieved the military objectives. So therefore, currently what we see, well, whenever they go on the negotiation table, Iran definitely will go as number 2 because their achievements are not at par with what Israel have achieved. Israel will go, in fact, with more cards in their hands on the negotiation table. And overall, the role of America, especially of President Trump, is paramount because he is the one who actually regulated, controlled, and now called for the cessation of hostilities. That is truce and possibly ceasefire. Now you ask the exact question, will this ceasefire hold? Well, ceasefire are very fragile because after all, two sides are there. They are seeing each other through the crosshairs of their weapon systems, and it will take some time. But the ceasefires have two important dimensions. Firstly, how they'll be implemented, and after all, who will actually ensure that they are implemented and there's no firing, because as you see today, there is a lot of firing going on. That always happens before the ceasefire. Both sides want to get an edge, but I think in time to come, ceasefire will hold on, and especially if Americans overseeing.
Major General Dwivedi, I'm sorry to interrupt you there in between, but I'd like you to stay on with me because we're getting in more breaking news. Just as we were discussing the possibility of a ceasefire, we are learning that the Israeli Defense Forces have now identified missiles which have been launched from Iran, and this is a fresh barrage of missiles which have been launched towards cities in Israel. In fact, this is a statement that has been released by the Israeli Defense Forces saying that a short time ago, alerts were activated in northern Israel following the detection of missiles launched from Iran towards the Israeli territory. And the IDF has requested the public to follow the instructions of the Home Front Command. And at this time, the Air Force is operating to intercept and strike whatever is necessary to eliminate the threat. So viewers, just as we were discussing how a ceasefire deal has been agreed upon, we are learning that the IDF has now intercepted a fresh barrage of missiles that have been launched from Tehran towards Israel. And we also have retired Major General G.T. Bakshi joining us on this broadcast. Major General Bakshi, how do you read this situation? Because it does not seem like a situation where a truce deal will be in place for a long period of time. And what will it take for Iran to actually come on the negotiating table and accept a truce deal with Israel?
I think strategically, operationally, tactically, it makes a lot of sense for Iran to accept the ceasefire now, go in for a period of at least 5 to 6 months minimum of peace and quiet, so that it can reconsolidate, rebuild its deterrence in terms of air defense, rebuild its capacity in terms of missiles. And if there are reports, media reports to the effect that Iran had been able to take out about 408 kilograms of enriched uranium from Fordow and Natanz and has hidden them elsewhere, they have perhaps survived. All that IAEA says it has no idea of where Iran's enriched uranium is. There was a proposal in the Iranian assembly, in the Majlis, that Iran should withdraw from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT. They had said this decision be left to Khomeini and the National Supreme Security Council, Command Council as they call it, right? So all that is in the future. Even in the United States, bomb damage assessment has still not come in official of whether the Iranian nuclear capability has been degraded, substantially damaged or destroyed. Each of these has separate connotations. If it is not destroyed emphatically, quite obviously, there is a chance that Iran over a period of time, 1 to 3 years, 5 years, can regenerate this capability. And should that happen, then the Middle East is set for a cycle of repeated bouts of violence. as Iran regenerates its nuclear capability, Israel will again attack it and try and defang it, delay it, degrade it, or destroy it. Right? This time, with the help of the United States, they have been able to, I would reckon, seriously damage the nuclear capability, not destroy it. So a lot depends on how things will go. I think the ceasefire should hold. There may be initial problems, as happened in the Operation Sindhu. A ceasefire was declared, and for 2 days, Pakistan was still firing away. And it took time for the Pakistani DGMO to enforce control. So the same thing could happen here, and especially because the top Iranian IRGC leadership has been decimated. Decision making has slipped down to lower levels of the IRGC, junior levels comparatively of the IRGC, who are hotheads. That is a problem. That is a problem area in the ceasefire. But I think logic-wise, strategic logic, tactical logic, whatever logic you use, it is in Iran's interest to accept the ceasefire now and ensure regime survival. If it needlessly provokes America and Israel to jointly hit it, it is going to take very heavy losses and lead to an open-ended conflict in the Middle East, which nobody wants.
Yes. Major General Bakshi, I'd like you to stay on with us because we are getting, as we speak about this, we are getting in more breaking news that sirens are now sounding across northern Israel due to missile fire from Iran. I beg your pardon. This is an alert that has been issued and activated across northern Israel as we speak. And we're learning that the Israeli Air Force is scrambling to intercept Iranian missiles which have been fired towards northern Israel by Tehran. And we're also learning, this is a statement that is coming from the Israeli finance minister, who has said that Tehran will shake if the ceasefire conditions are not adhered to and agreed upon. All right, viewers, those are the visuals on your screen. You can hear the sounds of the air defense system being activated. There are explosions which are being distantly heard in the background. These are sirens that have been sounded across northern Israel barely hours, viewers, barely hours after it was the US who said that a ceasefire deal is in place between the two nations, and after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in fact went on to say that Israel accepts the conditions of the ceasefire and that all their military objectives were achieved during Operation Rising Lion. And now we have these fresh visuals which were coming to you from Israel's commercial capital in Tel Aviv, where sirens are sounding. There's high alert across the city, and the air defense systems have been activated. We have the Israeli Air Force and the Home Front Command issuing a request to the public, asking them to follow their instructions to rush to safety. And the IDF has also gone on to say that the defense is not hermetic, and therefore it is necessary to continue following the instructions of the Home Front Command. And in more news from the Middle East, Japanese Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi welcomed Trump's claim of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. He stated that Japan considers the de-escalation of the warlike situation the most important thing. He said that Japan is extremely concerned about any retaliation and continuously hopes that the avenue of dialogue, including talks between America and Iran, will reopen. Stripes of smoke were witnessed this morning in Jerusalem's skyline after missiles were intercepted. US President Donald Trump made an announcement earlier today stating that Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and total ceasefire. However, soon after, Iran launched a limited missile attack on a US military base in Qatar in retaliation to the American bombing of its nuclear sites. The status of a possible ceasefire remains unclear as attacks continue. Qatar Foreign Ministry spokesperson stated that the attack on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar was not called for, and he condemned it with the most severe words. He said that this attack represents a blatant violation of the sovereignty of Qatar and contradicts the principles of good neighborliness. He also added that the attack represents a violation of international law and that the state of Qatar confirms that it holds the right to respond in accordance with international laws. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro warned that the war between Israel and Iran may escalate. He questioned if the United States feels proud of their history with Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan and Libya. He firmly stated, enough of wars, enough of threats of using force, and enough of using military force to destroy the people. Thousands gathered to protest in Athens in Greece over the US strikes on Iran nuclear sites and also Israel's attacks in Gaza. In central Athens, protesters were seen holding signs that read, "Hands off Iran." A protester expressed that people have a duty to strengthen the anti-war movement. Another protester stated that there is an escalation driven by profit and that both the nations, US and Israel, seek greater gains. Israeli military spokesperson Brigadier General Efi Defrin said that the Israel Defense Forces completed the most extensive wave of attacks it has carried out to date in Tehran. He said that as part of the wave of attacks, 50 Air Force fighter jets were used to drop over 100 munitions and attack military targets of the Iranian regime based on high quality and accurate intelligence from Mossad. He stated that Israel focused on attacking headquarters and assets of the internal security apparatus of the Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guards. All right, shifting focus to more breaking news coming in. This is a statement from the Israeli finance minister who has said that amid the barrage of Iranian missile attacks after a ceasefire deal was in place, Tehran will be responded to and that Tehran will shake. This is a statement that is coming in from the Israeli finance minister even as sirens have been sounded across northern Israel. Their air defense systems have been activated, and what we're learning is that Iran has launched a fresh barrage of missiles towards Tel Aviv, thereby essentially violating the ceasefire conditions which Israel agreed upon to just a short while ago. And now it's cabinet minister of the Netanyahu government who has issued a statement, a stern warning to Iran, in fact, saying that in the case of further action, Tehran will shake. And viewers, this is a statement that is coming in even as the IDF has urged all citizens in the city of Tel Aviv, which is Israel's commercial capital, to maintain caution. And even as we learned that a ceasefire deal was agreed upon to shortly after sirens were sounded across northern Israel and Iran launched a fresh barrage of missile attacks towards Tel Aviv. And I have retired Major General G.G. Dwivedi, defense expert. He's back with us. Sir, we were discussing how Israel has achieved all its military objectives, and experts do reckon that the ceasefire conditions will hold. But then here we have these fresh visuals from Tel Aviv, where the city is now placed on high alert. The IDF has issued warnings to the public, urging them to maintain safety. How do you see this moving forward? And what steps, how do you think the Netanyahu government will respond to this?
Well, I will not see. Ceasefire was announced, it has been agreed to, but it has yet not come in force on the ground. Now, this period when you announce the ceasefire before it gets implemented is a very, very sensitive window. And both sides will try to take advantage so that when they come on the negotiation table, they have a strong cards in their hands. So you will see that this period is very sensitive, and there will be cross-firing, barrages exchange, what we are seeing exactly. But the point is that in principle, both the sides are agreed. I think wisdom is prevailed because Israel largely has achieved its aim, and as far as Iran is concerned, they held on, but they are taking very heavy punishment. So it's only I think, prudent that their leadership agrees to ceasefire, take a pause, regroup, and also regather themselves, rebalance. Now, this is how the things go on. But the point I'm trying to make is that between the announcement of ceasefire, agreement in principle, implement, there's a window, and this is a state of flux, and you'll see for next a couple of hours or maybe a day that this ceasefire will get violated until it's get implemented. Because please remember, forces on the ground, their fingers are on the trigger, and it takes time for the information to percolate and for the war positions to disengage. All that is there on the cards. So therefore, when you look at the battlefield, it's not a push button that you switch on and switch off. It takes time. But I think what we can gather, that both sides have agreed to actually this, implement the ceasefire, but implementing mechanism will take some time. But I think in time to come, the ceasefire will get held on, and two sides will get onto the negotiation table, and that's a different take
Yes.
By itself. Right.
Yes. Right. Sir, please do stay on with us. I also have my colleague Akansha joining me live from the Republic newsroom. Akansha, this is a very strong statement that has been released by the Israeli finance minister saying Tehran will trade. Do take us through the details of the statement and what is it that the Netanyahu cabinet is really mulling?
Well, absolutely. You see, not just the Israeli finance minister, but IDF, Israeli Defense Force, has also said that they have intercepted, they have detected, in fact, the launches from Iran and the ceasefire. This is what they have said. The ceasefire has now collapsed, followed the instruction of the Home Front Command. So clearly, Israeli Defense Forces saying that the ceasefire has collapsed and there are escalating tensions. All this after, since morning, we are seeing attacks by Iran on Israel, on Beersheba area, where several residential buildings have been destroyed. 4 people have lost their life. After this, IDF now says that the ceasefire has been violated. They have detected several launches from Iran that are still coming in. So it now appears that the announcement by Donald Trump earlier today, when he said that there will be in fact a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, was in fact it was premature. Many are saying this because now after that we saw that Iran attacked Israel, Beersheba area. Remember, not just residential buildings. In the last 1 week, there many other places have been destroyed, and now IDF going on to say that ceasefire has been violated. It remains to be seen how it pans out in the coming few hours.
Akansha, I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but do stay on with me because we're learning that the IDF has in fact gone on to say that the ceasefire has now collapsed. That is the big statement that is coming in from the Israeli Defense Forces, who has said that after fresh barrage of missile attacks were launched from Iran, the ceasefire, which was agreed upon just a while back, has now absolutely collapsed. And the IDF has in fact gone on to request the people of Tel Aviv, who are now on target, to follow the instructions of the Home Front Command. That is the big breaking news coming in. The IDF has confirmed that fresh missiles were launched from Iran and that the air defense systems, the Israeli air defense systems, are now in place yet again, and that the truce does not stand here onward. All right, slipping into a very short break, we have on the other side, a 10 crore legal notice has been issued against Air India after a passenger claimed of grievous injuries during her travel. And also on the other side of a very quick break, after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX have announced June 25th as the new date for the Axiom 4 mission liftoff. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we track that and a lot more for you.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
La ilaha illallah.
Hours after ceasefire violation in the Middle East, Netanyahu announces that Israel has accepted a truce deal in its conflict with Iran. Donald Trump makes claim of ceasefire between Israel and Iran, pleads both nations to not violate. Siren sound in North Israel as Iran continues launching missiles in violation of the ceasefire. Explosions heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualties reported. ₹10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for the Axiom 4 mission.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. In fact, we have a breaking news coming in after Israel said that Iran has violated the ceasefire. We have, in fact, breaking news coming in that is Iran's Supreme National Security Council will be issuing a statement on ceasefire very soon. Just a while back, Israeli Defense Forces had said that ceasefire has totally collapsed amid the escalating tensions and confirmed that they have detected missiles coming in from Iran. Ever since ceasefire has been announced by Donald Trump, we have been seeing attacks by Iran in Beersheba, where a residential building that you can see on the screen was attacked earlier today. After that, just a while back, IDF, that is Israeli Defense Forces, have said that they have detected missiles coming towards Israel once again, which is a clear violation of the ceasefire. And just in some time, what we're learning is that Iran's Supreme National Security Council will be issuing a statement on the ceasefire. So confusion remains as to whether there's a ceasefire or not. But just a while back, in fact, Donald Trump had announced on social media that ceasefire is in effect. Please do not violate it, is what he had mentioned. But it remains to be seen how well that will reflect on the ground as far as Israel and Iran is concerned. Well, we are just waiting that statement from Iran's Supreme National Security Council on the ceasefire. Donald Trump, remember earlier today, after Iran attacked the US air base in Qatar, Donald Trump had announced a ceasefire. After that, still few minutes later, we saw Iran's attack on Beersheba area of Israel. The pictures of that you can see on the screen. Buildings there, residential area, completely damaged in that big attack. 4 people have lost their lives just a while back. In fact, Prime Minister of Israel had announced that they have accepted the ceasefire and the objective of Operation Rising Lion has been achieved. But now the news that we are getting for you is that now IDF, that is Israel Defense Forces, have said that they have detected more missiles coming in from Iran, and this is in complete violation of the ceasefire. In fact, let me go across to my colleague Vinay Naidu, who joins us from Doha. In fact, last night we saw the attack in Doha as far as the US air base is concerned. After that, ceasefire was announced. Iran attacked Israel. Then ceasefire was announced by both the countries. Then now again, Israel is saying that the ceasefire is violated because they have detected the missiles coming in from Iran. So much confusion there as far as this ceasefire is concerned. What are you learning?
Oh, flurry of activity all around, and especially over Doha and Qatar yesterday evening, as we all know. But now the ceasefire is in effect. Though Iran has attacked in southern Israel, but it has come close to the deadline time, which was about 4 a.m. GMT. So, as USA President Donald Trump has already tweeted that he has requested both the parties to respect the ceasefire and respect the deadline. So, that's about it. But now, just now, we are all waiting for the press conference of the Prime Minister of Qatar and the Foreign Minister to brief the media. Press conference is scheduled here in Doha. Just now, it's scheduled to begin any time now.
Absolutely. So all eyes will be on that press conference as well. Let me get another breaking news that we are getting in. Stay on with us. The IDF spokesperson has updated that launches from Iran were detected. The ceasefire, as we told you, has collapsed. Follow the instruction of the Home Front Command is the instruction that has come from IDF. So Israel, it appears, is anticipating another attack that could come in from Iran, as they say that they have detected more launches, more missiles coming in towards their territory. Let me once again bring in Vinay Naidu. Vinay, you just a while back, you just told us that there's a press conference slated in Doha as well. Tell us what the situation on the ground is, because as far as Israel and Iran are concerned, there's a lot of confusion there, whether there is ceasefire, whether there isn't. But tell us what is happening there in Doha.
See, Qatar has mediated on behalf of both the parties after the missiles were launched in retaliation to the attacks on Iran. So Iran said it wanted to attack the airbase of the US military here in Qatar, the Al Udeid airbase. So they fired 19 missiles exactly. So out of the 19 missiles, 18 were intercepted. One came down, but there were no casualties or injuries. And the number 19 corresponds, according to them, the number of bombs hit on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran. So that was about it. And then came the closure that this is the end of the war. And Trump later tweeted saying that there has been a ceasefire deal between Israel and Iran. But as we see things unfolding, there are reports that Israel has accepted the ceasefire. Iran has said that unless if they don't fire, then we will not fire. So as of now, the situation remains still grim because we don't know. There's a 12-hour window now, starting from 4 a.m. GMT today morning, for Israel not to attack Iran. Okay, so this may be the closure that Iran wants to, hit back, saying that okay, you had attacked, so we are getting back to you now, and that this is the end of it. Starting now, then there will be another 8 to 9 hours from now. If Israel does not attack Iran, then it would mean that Israel is following the ceasefire directions. So that's the situation for now.
Absolutely. In fact, Vinay, stay on with us. We have breaking news coming in from Qatar. It has sent a letter to UN Secretary General on Iran's attack on Al Udeid Air Base yesterday night. In the letter addressed, Qatar has informed the members of the Security Council and the Secretary General of an extremely dangerous escalation that represents a blatant violation of the territorial integrity of the state of Qatar, posing a direct threat to the regional peace and security. So this is a letter that has been sent by Qatar to UN Secretary General after Iran's attack on one of the USA air bases there last night. Vinay, as far as this letter is concerned, do tell us more about this, because yesterday Qatar also said that they were one of the first few countries to speak about the escalation as far as Israel is concerned. They are the ally of Iran, but despite that, we saw that Iran attacked the airbase there. They are saying that this is a great threat to the regional peace and security. Tell us about this letter.
See, Qatar is not an ally of Iran. Qatar maintains that they have neighborly relations with Iran. And Qatar was very clear that the sovereignty of Qatar was attacked when the Al Udeid air base was attacked. But remember, before Iran launched the attack towards Doha and towards Al Udeid air base, they informed the Qatar authorities 1 hour in advance that they are going to hit Qatar. And this was because they were very clear that we are entering the Qatar soil, Qatar territory, and hence we need to inform Qatar and also the US authorities that they are going to hit Qatar. So Qatar was in the knowledge that there would be a missile attack on Qatar sometime towards evening, and that happened. And then later Qatar said, but still we reserve the right to respond. Qatar is not saying that it is going to hit back, but it said it reserves the right to respond. So the line is very clear. And after that, soon Qatar itself mediated on behalf of both the parties. And since Qatar has some very good relationship with Iran and other nations, and also it's a soft power, Qatar is known for its diplomacy. And over the years, Qatar has the Hamas is based here. There are n number of other entities, even in Afghanistan, Qatar mediated. And so Qatar continues to play its good role of being a very good diplomatic leader. And that is the soft power Qatar enjoys, though it's a very small country, and it played its part. But now as things are unfolding, we need to wait and see what the Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, who's also the foreign minister, has to say in the upcoming press conference here in Qatar, so that we come to know more.
Absolutely. But after the escalation last night, now Qatar has sought intervention of the United Nations. Thank you so much, Vinay Naidu, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Let's get you more details on this conflict. What we're learning is that Japan has now welcomed Trump's claim of ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Chief Cabinet Secretary has said that we welcome President Trump's ceasefire announcement and strongly hope it to be implemented. He also reiterated Tokyo's position on the issue of West Asia escalation. He went on to say that peace and stability in the Middle East region is extremely important for Japan as well. We will continue working with the international community, is what he said, engaging in any diplomatic efforts necessary. This is a big statement that has come from Japan. They have welcomed Trump's claim of ceasefire between Iran and Israel. But on the other hand, we are seeing, in fact, that Israel has said that ceasefire has been violated.
このような観点から今般のトランプ大統領の停戦の発表を歓迎しており、これが実施に移されていくことを強く期待をいたします。中東地域の平和と安定は我が国にとっても極めて重要であり、国際社会とも連携して我が国として必要なあらゆる外交的努力を引き続き行ってまいります。
With this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, explosions also heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualty has been reported so far. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. We'll tell you about two of these stories after this very short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal. Give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost.
Welcome back. Now, Operation Sindhu has been bringing back Indians stranded in the Middle East on a war footing. The latest Indian Air Force C-17 flight with 165 Indians landed in the national capital today. Here's more. Operation Sindhu has come as a major relief for all the Indians stranded in the conflict zone. Tuesday morning, an Indian Air Force C-17 aircraft carrying 165 Indians from Israel landed in Delhi's Palam airport. The flight landed at 8:45 a.m. after they were evacuated from Jordan. The passengers were welcomed at the airport by Union Minister L. Murugan and other Indian Air Force officers.
Today, the second aircraft from Israel came here. Almost 165 passengers are landed here. We welcome to them, and these 165 passengers from various 22 states, they are all students and various work they are doing. Our government's priority, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's priority is to that wherever the war situation is there, or our Indians and our Indian diaspora peoples are struck to evacuate. Our priority, our Prime Minister's priority to evacuate them to safely to our nation.
Speaking to the media, the Indian nationals who were brought back thanked the central government for ensuring their safety during such uncertain times.
ऑल ओवर इज़राइल में तो उतनी अच्छी नहीं थी बिकॉज हम देख रहे थे बट एट माई प्लेस इट वॉज मच सेफ़र. वहाँ पे सायरन्स सुनने को मिले थे बट जो भी था वो इंटरसेप्शन हो रहा था.
Some of the passengers also expressed happiness over their evacuation experience. The conflict between Israel and Iran began on June 13th when the former launched a massive airstrike on Iranian military and the nuclear sites, codenamed as Operation Rising Lion.
It's just my connection with the world is entirely, purely with the sound only. Because through sound, I can't manipulate. I only communicate through sound, through music. You see, I was never good in my school. I was not good in mathematics. But in my music, I was using mathematics. All that, this is all mathematics. So I could do that. So we create castles in the air. You see, you can't see music, you can't see rhythm, like you can't see God. So it's a precious gift of God.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal, give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail, civilians must be protected, safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
اطلعوا على السطوح ورا مليان ورا مليان
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯。
Welcome back. Now we have more breaking news coming in as far as the conflict in Israel and Iran is concerned. What we're learning is that Qatar has summoned the Iranian ambassador condemning the missile attack. This is breaking news that we're getting for you. Qatar has summoned the Iranian ambassador on Tuesday after Iran attacked the major US military base on the Qatari soil following American strikes on the nuclear facilities. The foreign ministry has expressed the strong condemnation of the attack and repeated that it retains the right to respond to the violations. So this is a statement as far as Qatar is concerned. They have summoned the Iranian ambassador. With this, we're taking a very short break. We'll be right after with more details as far as the conflict is concerned. Keep watching Republic TV.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
الله أكبر. مدام مدام
الله لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गर्म।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Donald Trump had said that there is a ceasefire, but just a while back, Israeli Defense Forces have said that the ceasefire has been violated. We'll give you more details on this, but first, as always, the headlines. Ceasefire deal in the Middle East collapses. Sirens sounded across northern Israel. Iran launches fresh missile attacks. Global embarrassment for Trump as truce deal between Israel and Iran falls flat after Trump claims to successfully mediate. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel. Massive destruction in Beersheba. 4 have been killed. Explosions heard in Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualty has been reported so far. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announces June 25th, that is tomorrow, as the new date for Axiom 4 mission liftoff. Let's give you details as far as the conflict in Israel and Iran are in fact concerned. Remember, yesterday there were attacks on the US military bases in Qatar. Qatar has now summoned the Iranian ambassador to condemn the missile attack. This also comes at Qatar has formally addressed the United Nations, sending a letter to Secretary General and the President of the Security Council regarding a missile attack by Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps on the Al Udeid air base yesterday. In the letter, Qatar has condemned the attack as a dangerous escalation and a violation of the territorial integrity, posing a direct threat to regional peace and security. The missiles were intercepted successfully by the air defenses there, but now it has requested the matter to be circulated among the Security Council members and issued a official, in fact, document on the same. So this is as far as Qatar is concerned. Yesterday, remember, there were attacks on the US military bases there, and after that, they had very clearly mentioned that they have all the right to respond back. They're not taking this very lightly. They have issued summon to the Iranian ambassador and has also written to the United Nations for an action as far as these attacks are concerned. And moving on, we have a statement that has come from Israeli Defense Minister. He has instructed the IDF to intensify the strikes against Iran after the ceasefire violation. The minister has said, and I quote, "In the light of the absolute violation of the ceasefire declared by the US President by Iran and the launching of missiles towards Israel, and in accordance with the Israeli government's policy to respond forcefully to any violation, I instructed the IDF in coordination with the Prime Minister to continue the intense strike activity in Tehran to neutralize the regime targets and the terrorist infrastructure in Tehran." This is the statement that has come from Israeli Defense Minister. All this after Iran, remember, earlier today attacked the Beersheba area of Israel, where a building, in fact several buildings there were damaged. 4 people have lost their life. Now Israel is saying that they will respond back and they will respond powerfully, and he has said that I have instructed the Israeli Defense Forces in coordination with the Prime Minister to continue the intense strike activity in Iran to neutralize the regime targets and the infrastructure there as well. In fact, on your screens, you can see these are the fresh visuals that are coming in from Tel Aviv. Sirens have sounded off there. There you can see that Israel there is anticipating attacks by Iran. In fact, just a while back, IDF had said that they have detected missiles coming in from Iran to Israel, and these are the visuals that we are getting for you from the ground. That is Tel Aviv area of Israel, where the fresh Iranian strikes are in fact underway. Sirens have been sounded after clearly the ceasefire has completely collapsed. So as you can see in the visuals, you can hear these sirens being sounded there, and this is clearly a violation of the ceasefire. Remember earlier, Donald Trump had said that there's a ceasefire. Iran after that attacked the Beersheba area of Israel. Israel after that said that they have accepted the ceasefire, but just a while back they said that they have detected missiles coming in from Iran and said that ceasefire has completely collapsed, and they will be in fact hitting back, and there will be intense strike activity in Tehran as well. So Iran in fact is also on alert mode because Israel will be hitting back. Let me go across to Ariella Rosenthal, who's live from Ashdod in Israel. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now we are learning that again there in fact missiles have been detected over Israel. Once again, clear violation of the ceasefire. Would you agree?
Well, of course, I'm not surprised. We were dealing here with a theme, an ideology, and a history that with the Iranian and Iran itself. So I'm not surprised at all. They always try to be and that was on something, but their actions say something else. Over 24 hours, that suddenly they will want to be a threat and continue the hostility towards the citizens of the Strait of Israel, targeting direct citizens, mosques, people in the north of Israel, side by side, the Muslim community and the Arab, and everybody's tolerantly one another. And once again, they're trying to demonstrate that they not want Israel to be exist. So I'm not supportive.
Absolutely. You are live with us from Ashdod, which is around 80 kilometers away from Beersheba. Let me, in fact, give more details as far as the attacks there are concerned. Please stay on with us. What we are learning is that at least 5 people lost their life in Israel's Beersheba after Iranian ballistic missiles hit an apartment on Tuesday. In fact, we'll be showing you those visuals of the destruction. Several others were also reported to be injured in the missile attack. Sirens were sounded in Israel due to missile launch from Iran. The IDF also confirmed that Iran has launched 3 missiles within 1 hour on Tuesday morning. The Iranians' attack come after United States announced a ceasefire with Iran. Trump claimed that Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and a total ceasefire soon after Iran launched a limited missile attack Monday on the military base in Qatar. So these are the visuals that you can see on the screen. This is from Beersheba, which is in Israel. Earlier today, there were a missile attack on this very location. You can see on the visual how this complete destruction buildings have totally been destroyed. There, 4 people have lost their lives. Several, we are learning, have received injuries as well. Very concerning visuals coming in from Israel. So these are the visuals of the rescue operation there in Beersheba, where the residential buildings have taken a hit. You can see that the rescue operation is currently also underway. Several people have been brought out. 4 people have lost their lives. Several others have received injuries. And this is quite concerning because this comes after Donald Trump announced the ceasefire between the 2 nations.